Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The chair sat alone in the center of the room, and it was wrong. It was not wrong in its construction, which was sturdy and plain, a ladderback of dark, unvarnished oak. Nor was it wrong in its placement, for the room was empty of all other furniture, and a chair in the center of an empty room suggests a purpose, a waiting. Its wrongness was a subtler thing, a quality of atmosphere that clung to it like a cold film. It was the only object in the house that was entirely clean, while a fine gray dust silted every windowsill and coated the warped floorboards. The seat of the chair was pristine, the grooves of its spindles free of the cobwebs that draped the corners of the high ceiling. It was as if the dust refused to settle there, or as if something had recently risen from it, brushing away all trace of itself. This was the first thing Louise saw when the realtor, a man named Phil, whose suit was too tight across the shoulders, jimmied the old lock and pushed the door open on a sigh of damp air. The house on Blackfield Lane had been on the market for 70 years. Everyone in town knew it, though no one spoke of it directly. It was a knowledge carried in the slant of a glance, the quick change of subject when the old Henderson place was mentioned. The for sale sign out front was a relic itself, its post leaning like a tired drunk. The letters faded to pale ghosts. "Needs a little TLC," Phil said, his voice too loud in the cavernous silence. He gestured with a sweep of his arm that took in the water-stained ceiling, the peeling wallpaper with its pattern of faded roses. "But the bones are good, solid. You 1T find craftsmanship like this anymore?" Louise didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on the chair. She was a woman drawn to silence and empty spaces, a photographer who found a stark beauty in decay. She had left a city of noise and a life of clutter for this small, hushed New England town, seeking a quietude she could almost taste, like cold, clear water. This house, with its grand, neglected proportions and its air of profound abandonment, called to her the moment she saw the listing online, a pixelated thumbnail of sorrow. She had expected rot and mice. She had not expected this sense of focused attention, this feeling that the emptiness was not empty at all, but occupied. "May I?" she asked, pointing a finger toward the chair. Phil shrugged, his face a mask of professional cheer that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Be my guest. Probably the only thing in here you can sit on without getting a splinter." She walked toward it, her footsteps echoing in the bare room. The floorboards creaked a protest, but the space around the chair was silent, the air still and thick. She did not sit. Instead, she reached out and laid her palm flat on the smooth, dry wood of the seat. A jolt, cold and sharp as an icicle, shot up her arm. It was not a physical cold, but a chill of the mind, a sudden, vivid impression of waiting. Not her waiting, the chair's waiting. She snatched her hand back. "Cold in here," she said, turning to Phil with a forced smile. furnace is probably shot," he replied, clapping his hands together. "But we can negotiate that. Everything is negotiable." He led her on a tour through the other rooms, a parade of decaying grandeur. A kitchen with a rust-scabbed sink the size of a baptismal font. A parlor with a marble fireplace choked with the brittle corpses of long-dead birds. A staircase that ascended into shadow, its banister scarred and splintered. And everywhere, the dust, the smell of old wood and damp plaster, the profound silence that seemed to swallow their voices whole. But Louise's mind kept circling back to the chair. It was an anchor in the emptiness, a focal point. It felt like the still, dark center of the house. In the days that followed, Louise could not shake the feeling the house had imprinted on her. She rented a small cottage on the edge of town and tried to settle into the slow rhythm of her new life. But her thoughts were pulled, like iron filings to a magnet, back to the house on Blackfield Lane. She began to ask discreet questions at the general store, where the shelves were stocked with canned goods, and the air smelled of coffee and pine sol. The clerk, an elderly woman with kind eyes and hands gnarled like tree roots, grew still when Louise mentioned the address. "That place," the woman said, wiping the counter with a slow, deliberate motion. "It is not a happy house. Never has been." "Why?" Louise pressed, her voice a whisper. The woman looked toward the door, as if expecting someone. "The Hendersons. Bad luck followed them. Or maybe they followed bad luck. Old man Henderson, he built it. They say he was a strange one, had a thing for shadows. Then his boy, well, the boy was stranger. Spent all his time down in the cellar. They found things down there after it was all over. Animals, not buried, just arranged." She shook her head, a quick, sharp motion. "You ray a nice girl, find another house. There are plenty." But the warning, instead of deterring her, only deepened the obsession. The house was a story, a dark, beautiful wound in the fabric of the town, and she was a collector of such things. She bought it. The price was a song, a funeral dirge played on a penny whistle. The lawyer handled the paperwork with a speed that suggested a keen desire to be rid of it. Phil, the realtor, shook her hand with a grip that was slightly damp, his eyes avoiding hers. "Congratulations," he said, the word hanging in the air, devoid of any meaning. The first night she spent in the house, she lit a single candle. The electricity wouldn't be connected for another week. The candle flame was a tiny, brave sun in the immense darkness of the living room. She had moved a few essentials in, a sleeping bag, a cooler of food, her camera equipment. The chair was still there in the center of the room. She had decided to leave it. It felt like it belonged. She sat on the floor, her back against the wall, and watched the candle flame dance. The shadows it cast were long and distorted, leaping up the walls like frantic, black ghosts. The house was not silent. It spoke in a language of creaks and settles, of mice skittering behind the walls, of the wind moaning softly in the chimney. But beneath these sounds, Louise began to hear another. A slow, rhythmic sound. A dry, scraping drag, like something heavy being pulled across a rough surface. It seemed to come from deep within the house, from under her feet. She told herself it was the plumbing, or a tree branch against the foundation. But the rhythm of it was too deliberate, too organic. It was the sound of breathing, if breathing could be made of stone and dust. She focused on the candle flame, its warm, living light. She watched the flame until her eyes grew heavy, the scraping sound a lullaby from a nightmare. The days bled into a strange, solitary routine. She cleaned, she painted. She tried to fill the emptiness with the sounds of a radio. But the silence of the house was a hungry thing, swallowing the music, leaving only a hollow static. The chair remained her constant companion. She never sat in it. It was a guest she had not invited, a presence she acknowledged with a glance each time she entered the room. Sometimes, in the periphery of her vision, she thought she saw a shape in it, a suggestion of a seated figure that vanished when she turned her head. It was always just the play of light and shadow, she told herself. The house was playing tricks on her. The scraping sound from below became the soundtrack of her nights. It was louder now, more distinct. Sometimes it was accompanied by a soft, wet clicking, like a tongue against a pallet of stone. She began to dream of the cellar. In her dreams, she was standing at the top of a steep, narrow staircase, a doorway she had never found in her waking explorations. At the bottom, a single candle burned, its flame unwavering in the dead air, and in the circle of its light stood the chair, empty, waiting. She started taking pictures. It was her way of confronting the fear, of framing it, of making it hers. She took pictures of the chair from every angle, in every light. In the harsh noon sun, it looked mundane, just a piece of old furniture. But in the long shadows of dusk, or in the flat, eerie light of a cloudy afternoon, it seemed to change. The camera saw things her eyes missed. In one photograph, the space just above the seat seemed to shimmer, a distortion in the air like heat rising from asphalt. In another, the shadows behind it congealed into a shape that was tall and unnaturally thin. She showed the pictures to Brody, the town handyman, a man in his 60s with a face like a weathered map and eyes that had seen too much. He was the only person in town who didn't flinch when she mentioned the house. He'd come to fix a leaking faucet, his tools clanking in a metal box. He looked at the camera S display for a long time, his thumb scrolling slowly through the images. His face was grim. "You shouldn't be in that house at night, miss," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Why, what is it?" Louise asked, her heart thudding against her ribs. "It's an old evil," Brody said, handing the camera back as if it were hot. "It's not a ghost. Ghosts are just memories. This thing it's hungry. It's always been hungry. It gets inside you, makes you want to feed it." The Hendersons' Louise prompted. Brody's eyes grew distant. Old man Henderson didn't just build the house. He built a cage for it, or an altar. No one knows for sure. His boy, Elias, he was the first to really commune with it. He'd go down to that cellar and stay for days. Then the animals started disappearing. Pets. Then a little girl from 2 farms over. They never found her. They found other things in the cellar, though. They lynched Elias Henderson from the oak tree out front, but it didn't matter. The house was already pregnant with the thing. It's been waiting ever since, drawing in the curious, the lonely, the broken. It offers them something, a purpose. What purpose? To sit in the chair, Brody said, his eyes locking with hers. There was a profound sorrow in them, to be its vessel, to let it out. That night, the scraping from the cellar was louder than ever. It was no longer a distant sound. It was directly below the floorboards of the living room. Louise sat huddled in her sleeping bag, the candle guttering beside her. The fear was a physical presence in her throat, cold and metallic. But beneath the fear, a new feeling was growing, a terrible, seductive curiosity. It wanted her to come down. It had always wanted her to come down. The chair was the invitation. The empty, waiting chair. She dreamed she was walking down the staircase from her dreams. The wooden steps were rough under her bare feet. The air grew colder with each descent, carrying the smell of wet earth and old iron. The single candle burned at the bottom, and the chair sat within its halo of light. But it was not empty. A shadow sat in it, a man-shaped void that drank the light. It had no face, only a profound depth. It raised a hand, a gesture of welcome, of summons. And Louise, in her dream, took another step down. She woke with a gasp, her body slick with cold sweat. The house was silent. The scraping had stopped. The silence was worse. It was the silence of a predator holding its breath. She got up, her legs trembling. She needed to leave. She needed to get out of the house now, to run to her car and drive away and never come back. But as she passed through the living room, she stopped. The chair was gone. Her breath hitched. She spun around, her eyes scanning the empty room. It had been there, in the center, for weeks. Now there was only a faint, clean outline on the dusty floorboards. A trail in the dust led away from the spot. A dragging mark, as if something heavy had been pulled toward the kitchen. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She should run. Every instinct screamed at her to run. But the curiosity was a hook in her mind, pulling her forward. She followed the trail. It led through the kitchen to a door she had always assumed was a closet. It was slightly ajar. From behind it, a faint, flickering light bled into the darkness of the kitchen. And a smell. The smell from her dream. Wet earth and old iron. She pushed the door open. It revealed a steep, narrow staircase descending into a profound blackness. The dragging mark led down into the dark. And at the bottom, a single candle burned. Louise descended. The wood was cold and gritty under her feet. The air grew thick and heavy, pressing in on her from all sides. The cellar was a large, low-ceilinged space, a cavern of packed earth and stone foundations. Roots pushed through the dirt walls like pale, dead fingers. And in the center, the candle sat on an upturned crate, its flame casting a trembling, anxious light. The chair was there, placed before the candle. And sitting in the chair was Brody. He was strapped to it with coils of rusted wire that bit deep into his arms and chest. His head lolled on his shoulders, but his eyes were wide open, fixed on her. They were full of a terror so absolute it was beyond screaming. "I tried to warn you," he rasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "It tricked me. Said it would spare the town if I—" Behind him, the shadows began to move. They peeled away from the walls, flowing together like spilled oil, coalescing into a form that was tall and gaunt, a thing of stretched skin and impossible angles. It had no face, only a smooth, pale expanse where a face should be. It placed long, bone-white hands on Brody S. shoulders. A sound filled the cellar, a dry, rustling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was not a language Louise understood with her ears, but her mind translated the intent, the ancient, hungry meaning. "The vessel is tired. The vessel is broken. We have waited for you. We have called you. Sit." Louise tried to back away, but her feet were rooted to the spot. The Thing's presence was a weight on her soul, a coldness seeping into her bones. She saw now that the cellar was not empty. In the darkness beyond the candlelight, other shapes were visible. Piles of bones, not animal, picked clean and arranged in strange, concentric patterns. And in the far corner, something moved. Something small and pale, curled into a ball. A child, or what was left of one. The thing behind Brody leaned forward, and its smooth head split vertically in a grotesque parody of a smile. It was full of darkness. Brody let out a choked, gurgling sound. His body began to convulse, the wires cutting deeper. His eyes rolled back in his head, and a final breath escaped his lips, a sigh of utter desolation. The thing held him for a moment longer, then let go. Brody's body slumped in the chair, a discarded shell. The thing turned its attention fully to Louise. It took a step toward her, its movement a fluid, boneless glide. The whispering filled her head, soothing, hypnotic. "There is no pain, only purpose. You will be the new keeper. You will be the door. Sit in the chair. Rest." A profound weariness washed over her. The fear was still there, a screaming knot in her gut, but it was distant, muffled by this overwhelming exhaustion. What was the point of running? Where would she go? This was why she had come. This was the quiet she had been seeking, the end of all noise, the final, empty silence. The chair awaited. It was so clean. It promised an end to the struggle. She took a step forward, then another. The thing watched her, its silent smile a black wound in the world. She was at the chair now. She could smell the clean, dry wood. She could see the faint indentation on the seat where countless others had sat before her. The candle flame flickered. In the town below, a dog began to howl. A light went on in a window, then another. Sheriff Miller was woken by a call, a frantic, incoherent report from a neighbor about noises from the old Henderson place. He sighed, pulling on his uniform, with the weary resignation of a man who knows he is only ever mopping up after the tragedy has already happened. He called his deputy, and the two of them drove up the winding lane, their headlights cutting twin paths through the clinging fog. They found the front door open, swinging gently in the night breeze. The living room was empty, save for a sleeping bag and a dead camera on the floor. A single candle had burned down to a puddle of wax on the hearth. There was no sign of Louise. There was no sign of Brody. The deputy, a young man with a nervous disposition, shone his flashlight toward the kitchen. "Sheriff, look here." A trail in the dust led to a door that stood open. From the darkness beyond, a faint, cold draft whispered up, carrying a smell of damp soil and something else, something coppery and old. The sheriff drew his gun, his face a mask of grim inevitability. He had known Brody his whole life. He knew the stories. He knew what they would find, or rather, what they would not find. He descended the stairs first, his flashlight beam jerking through the blackness. The cellar was empty. The chair was gone. The candle was gone. There were only the packed earth floor, the stone walls, and the dark, quiet corners. But in the center of the room, where the chair had been, the earth was dark and wet, as if freshly turned. And pressed into that soft, dark soil was a single, clean impression, the perfect shape of a ladder-back chair. The sheriff stood there for a long time, listening. The deputy shifted his weight from foot to foot, his breath pluming in the cold air. "Sheriff, what now?" The sheriff did not answer. He was listening to the silence. It was a deep, complete silence, the kind that exists under a heavy blanket of snow. But as he listened, a new sound began to insinuate itself into the quiet. It was a faint, dry scraping, like wood dragging across dirt. It didn't seem to come from the cellar itself, but from the walls, from the earth around them, as if the sound was traveling through the very foundations of the house. He raised a hand, silencing the deputy's next question. The scraping stopped. In its place came a soft, rhythmic creak, the familiar sound of someone gently rocking in an old wooden chair. It was directly above them. The sheriff's blood ran cold. He had just come from the living room. It had been empty. He turned and took the stairs 2 at a time, his heart hammering against his ribs. He burst into the kitchen, his gun held ready, the deputy close behind him. The living room was no longer empty. The chair was back in its exact spot in the center of the room. And Louise was sitting in it. She was perfectly still, her hands resting on the worn arms of the chair. Her head was tilted back slightly, her eyes closed. She looked peaceful, as if she had simply dozed off. But the air around her was wrong. It was too still, too cold. The sheriff approached slowly, his training warring with a primal dread. "Miss," he said, his voice unnaturally loud in the hush. "Louise." Her eyes opened. They were not her eyes. They were the color of a cloudy night sky, a flat, depthless gray. There was no recognition in them, no life, only a vast and patient emptiness. A faint smile touched her lips, a smile that did not belong to the young woman he had met just last week when she picked up the keys. The sheriff stopped. his feet frozen to the floorboards. He knew with a certainty that chilled his soul that the person in the chair was no longer Louise. The thing that had whispered from the cellar had found a new vessel. It had dressed itself in her skin. Louise's head turned slowly, the movement stiff, like a machine that hadn't been used in a long time. Those clouded eyes fixed on him. "It's quieter now," she said. Her voice was a dry rustle, a perfect imitation of her tone, but stripped of all humanity. It was the voice of the cellar, the voice of the whispering thing. The deputy made a small, terrified sound in the back of his throat. The thing that wore Louise smiled a little wider. "You can go," it whispered. "Tell the others. The waiting is over. The house has a keeper again." The sheriff found his voice, though it was a cracked and broken thing. "What did you do with Brody?" The smile vanished. The gray eyes became cold and sharp. The old vessel served its purpose. It fed the silence. Her gaze drifted past him, toward the open front door and the town lights twinkling in the valley below. "There is so much noise out there, so many voices. We will help them be quiet." The sheriff backed away, pulling the stunned deputy with him. He didn't holster his gun until they were outside, standing in the weak light of dawn. He looked back at the house. The front door was still open. In the dark rectangle of the living room window, he could just make out the shape of the chair and the figure sitting in it, watching them go. He knew he should call for help, for state police, for anyone. But he also knew, with a sickening finality, that it would do no good. Guns and handcuffs were for the world of the living. This was something else. This was an ending that had already happened. As they drove down Blackfield Lane, the sheriff glanced in the rearview mirror. The house was swallowed by the morning mist. But for a moment, he thought he saw a light go on in an upstairs window. A single, steady light, like a candle flame in the dark, holding back the dawn. It was not a light of welcome. It was a beacon, a signal that the quiet was now awake, and it was hungry. The first one to disappear was old Mrs. Peabody's terrier. It had barked incessantly for 2 days, a high-pitched, frantic sound that carried all the way from her cottage on the edge of town. Then, on the third morning, there was only silence. The sheriff found the dog's leash chewed through, but there were no tracks, no sign of a struggle. Just a deep, unnatural quiet in the yard. The sheriff didn't file a report. He just stood on Mrs. Peabody's porch, looking up the hill toward the Henderson place. The mist hadn't lifted all week. It clung to the trees like a shroud. Louise, or what had been Louise, began to walk into town. She came at odd hours, usually just as the sun was setting or before it had properly risen. She moved with a strange, fluid grace, her feet making no sound on the pavement. She didn't speak to anyone, but she would stop and stare. She stared at children playing in the street until their laughter died and they ran inside. She stood outside the diner, her gray eyes scanning the faces within, and the clatter of cutlery would slowly cease. A hush followed her wherever she went. People started locking their doors earlier. They drew their curtains tight. The town, which had always been quiet, became preternaturally still. It was a silence that felt watched. Conversations were held in murmurs, and even then, people would glance over their shoulders as if afraid the sound itself might attract attention. The deputy quit. He left a note on the sheriff's desk saying he was moving to the city, somewhere with noise and lights, and people who didn't look at you with dead, cloudy eyes. The sheriff didn't try to stop him. He spent his days in his office, drinking bad coffee and watching the town fade into twilight. He felt like a caretaker of a gallery displaying the final days of something. One evening, a young couple new to town, unaware of the stories, decided to hike the trails near Blackfield Lane. They got lost as the fog rolled in. Their flashlight batteries died. Seeing a single light in the window of the old house, they knocked, desperate for help. The door opened. Louise stood there, smiling her empty smile. She invited them in. They later told the sheriff, their voices trembling and disjointed, that the house was spotless but freezing cold. There was only one piece of furniture in the entire living room, a single wooden chair. They said a man was there too, a tall, gaunt figure who stood in the shadows by the stairs. He never spoke, just watched them with a smooth, pale face that had no features. Louise had offered them tea. They refused, suddenly terrified for reasons they couldn't name. They stumbled back out into the night, finding their way to the road by pure luck. They packed their car and were gone by morning. The sheriff went up to the house after they left. He found the front door locked. Through the window, the living room was dark and empty. The chair was gone, but on the porch, neatly placed side by side, were 2 empty teacups. They were clean, as if they had never been used. The next night, the power went out in the whole town. Not a storm, not an equipment failure. The utility company found no cause. In the profound darkness, the only light visible from the valley was the single, unwavering candle flame in the upstairs window of the Henderson house. And from the hills, carried on the still air, came a new sound. It was the soft, rhythmic creak of a rocking chair. It was a patient sound. It was a sound that knew it had all the time in the world. The sheriff sat on his own porch, listening to it weave through the silence. He knew it was an invitation, not for him, not yet, but for the town, for the noise. It was calling them home. He didn't sleep that night. The creaking was a thread pulled taut through the darkness, a sound that seemed to originate inside his own skull. By dawn, it had stopped, but the silence it left behind was somehow louder. The town woke to a morning that felt thin and brittle. Birds didn't sing. The usual rumble of Mr. Henderson's pickup truck starting up down the street never came. The sheriff drove through the town's main street. It was a weekday, but the sidewalks were empty. The diner was open, but through the window he could see only a few patrons, sitting apart from each other, not speaking. They moved with a slow, deliberate care, as if afraid a sudden gesture might crack the world. His radio crackled. It was Marnie from the dispatch, her voice strained. "Sheriff, you better get over to the school. It is the Anderson boy, Tommy." A cold knot tightened in the sheriff's stomach. He flicked on his lights, but didn't he bother with the siren? The silence felt too fragile to shatter. The elementary school was a scene of contained panic. The principal, a woman named Gail with eyes red-rimmed from crying, met him at the door. He was in art class, she whispered, leading him down a hallway eerily quiet for a school in session. They were using clay. He just stopped. He walked out of the room. No one tried to stop him. It was like they were all in a trance. They reached the kindergarten classroom. The door was open. Inside, a dozen 5-year-olds sat at small tables, lumps of colored clay untouched in front of them. They weren't crying or talking. They were perfectly still, their faces blank, staring at the empty chair in the corner where Tommy Anderson usually sat. "He walked out the front door," Gail said, her voice trembling. "We saw him on the security camera. He just walked right down the street." "Which way?" the sheriff asked, though he already knew. Gail pointed a shaky finger toward the hills. "Up." He was heading up. The sheriff ran back to his car. He drove toward Blackfield Lane with a fury he hadn't felt in years, the tires spitting gravel. He wouldn't let it take a child. He would burn the house down himself. He would. He skidded to a halt halfway up the lane. A figure was walking down the center of the road toward him. It was Louise, and she was holding Tommy Anderson's hand. The sheriff jumped out of the car, his hand on his gun. "Tommy, come here, son." The boy didn't react. He walked calmly, his small hand swallowed by Louise's pale one. His eyes were open, but they had the same flat, cloudy quality as hers. There was no fear in them, no recognition. Only a profound and empty peace. "Let him go," the sheriff commanded, leveling his gun at Louise. She stopped, her head tilting. The smile that touched her lips was not cruel. It was worse than cruel. It was pitying. "He was making too much noise," she said, her voice the dry rustle of dead leaves. The other children were frightened by his crying. "His mother is frightened by his dreams. We are helping him rest. He is a child," the sheriff snarled, his finger tightening on the trigger. But he couldn't fire. Not with the boy standing right there. "All the more reason for quiet," she whispered. "The young ones have the loudest souls. They shine so brightly. It hurts the silence." She began to walk again, leading Tommy past the sheriff's car. The sheriff stood paralyzed, the gun shaking in his hand. He watched as the two figures, one tall and one small, continued up the lane until the mist swallowed them. He didn't follow. He knew it was already too late. He sank to his knees on the cracked asphalt, the gun falling from his numb fingers. He had become what he always feared he was, a witness. The town was being dismantled piece by piece, sound by sound, and he was powerless to stop it. That evening, a single light went on in the Anderson house. The sheriff watched from his cruiser parked across the street. He saw Mrs. Anderson move past the window. Her face was calm, serene. There was no sign of the frantic grief he had expected. She moved to the window and looked out, not at the sheriff, but up toward the hills. And she smiled. It was a smile of relief. The sheriff started his car and drove away. He drove out of the town limits, down the mountain, toward the distant hum of the interstate. He drove for an hour, the noise of the world growing around him, the radio blaring static and music. It was chaos. It was life. But underneath the engine-s growl and the whine of the tires, underneath the blast of a passing truck-s horn, he could still hear it. A faint, dry creaking. A patient, wooden rhythm. It was in the sound of the wind against his window. It was in the spaces between his heartbeats. It wasn't he just in the town anymore. It was in him. The quiet had found a new keeper, and it was waiting for him to come home. He pulled over at a roadside diner just off the exit ramp, the neon sign buzzing like an angry insect. The parking lot was full of trucks, the air thick with the smell of diesel and fried food. He needed coffee, something to burn the silence out of his head. He pushed through the glass door, and the noise hit him like a physical blow. Clattering plates, shouted orders, the raucous laughter from a booth of truckers. It was overwhelming. It was perfect. He took a stool at the counter, the vinyl cracking under his weight. A waitress with tired eyes slapped a menu in front of him. "What'll it be, hun?" "Just coffee, black." As she poured, he tried to focus on the chaos. A child was crying near the jukebox, a high, piercing wail. A week ago, he would have found it grating. Now, it sounded like life itself, a defiant scream against the void. He clung to the sound, drinking it in. But then, as the waitress set his mug down, her hand brushed his. For a fraction of a second, her chatter faded. The clatter of the diner seemed to recede, as if someone had turned down the volume on the world. And in that sudden pocket of hush, he heard it clearly. Not a memory, but a presence. The soft, rhythmic creak of the rocking chair. It was coming from inside him. He jerked his hand back, coffee sloshing over the rim of the mug. The diner's noise rushed back in, louder than before. The waitress gave him a strange look. "You all right, Sheriff?" She'd seen the badge on his uniform shirt. He nodded, unable to speak. He fumbled a few bills onto the counter and stood up, his legs unsteady. He had to get back. The thought was a cold stone in his gut. He wasn't running away anymore. He was being called back. The drive up the mountain was a funeral procession with only one attendee. The closer he got to town, the quieter the world became. The radio faded into static, then into nothingness. The wind outside seemed to die. When he crossed the town limit sign, the silence was absolute. It was no longer a lack of sound. It was a substance, thick and heavy, pressing against the windows of the car. Main Street was deserted. No one walked the sidewalks. The diner was dark, a closed sign hanging in the door. He saw a face in an upstairs window of the hardware store, pale and indistinct, watching him pass. There was no fear in the expression, only a vacant acceptance. He didn't go to the office. He drove straight to the end of Blackfield Lane and stopped the car. The house stood waiting, the candle flame in the upstairs window a steady, watchful eye. The front door was open. He got out, leaving the keys in the ignition. His feet crunched on the gravel, the sound absurdly loud in the hush. He walked toward the open door, not as a sheriff, but as a supplicant. He knew what was required. Louise was in the living room. She was not alone. Tommy Anderson sat cross-legged on the floor near the hearth, stacking blocks of wood from a basket. He built a small, silent tower, his movements precise and dreamlike. In the corner, the gaunt, featureless man stood watch. But the chair was the center of it all. The old ladder-back chair, placed exactly where it had been the first night. Louise turned as he entered. Her cloudy eyes held a glint of something like recognition. "You heard," she said. It wasn't a question. "The quiet," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. "I can't get it out of my head." "That is the purpose," she replied. "The silence must be tended. It grows. It needs room." She gestured to the chair. It was an invitation. He looked at Tommy, who had finished his tower, and was now simply staring at it, unmoving. He looked at the pale man, a silent sentinel. This was the new family. This was the peace that had consumed his town. He thought of the noisy diner, the crying child, the blaring horn. He thought of the endless, exhausting noise of a world that never stopped talking. And he thought of the deep, final quiet of this room. Sheriff Miller walked forward. He didn't look back. He lowered himself into the chair. The wood was cold at first, then it seemed to warm to his shape. He let his hands rest on the arms, his head tilt back against the top rung. A profound exhaustion, held at bay for decades, finally washed over him. Louise nodded, a slow, satisfied movement. She blew out the candle on the mantelpiece. The room was plunged into a darkness, so complete it felt like a physical touch. But the sheriff wasn't afraid. In the absolute blackness, the creaking began. A gentle, rocking rhythm. Back and forth. Back and forth. It was the only sound in the world. And soon, he knew, it would be no sound at all. He did not know how long he sat there in the dark. Time had become as thin and insubstantial as the dust motes that had once danced in the sunbeams of this room. The creaking of the chair was the pulse of the house, and he was its heart. Vague impressions came to him, not through his ears or eyes, but through the wood of the chair itself. He felt a car slow at the end of the lane, its engine a distant, irritable buzz, then turn around and retreat. He felt the tentative footstep of a lost hiker on the porch, a tremor of fear, and then a swift, silent departure. The house was turning them away. It was full. A change in the air stirred him from his stupor. Louise was moving. He could sense her form in the perfect blackness, a colder spot in the cold. She drifted to the window and pulled the curtain aside. A sliver of moonlight, weak and milky, cut across the floor. It did not touch the featureless man in the corner, who remained a pillar of shadow. It did not touch the boy, who was now a still, dark shape curled near the hearth. Louise stood watching the town below. The sheriff, or what was left of him, felt a pull to look, though he did not rise from the chair. His perception simply shifted, flowing down the hillside like water. He could see the town, not with light, but with silence. Each house was a pocket of deepening quiet. The frantic worry had faded from them, replaced by a placid emptiness. The Anderson house was the most silent of all, a dark and contented void. A new sound intruded. It was faint, a scratch against the immense quiet. The squeak of a shopping cart wheel, the rustle of a garbage bag. The sheriff's awareness focused on the source. A man was moving down the main street, a lone figure pushing a cart loaded with his worldly possessions. It was Henry, the man who lived in the woods behind the post office. The town's noise had never bothered Henry. He was a part of it, muttering to himself, singing off-key songs to no one. Now his muttering was a frantic, desperate prayer. He was trying to fill the silence with the only sounds he had left. Louise let the curtain fall back into place, plunging the room into blackness once more. But the sheriff felt her intention. It was a simple, direct thought that passed into him through the floorboards. This one, he heard the front door open. A breath of damp night air drifted in, carrying the scent of pine and decay. He heard the soft, sure footsteps of the thing that had been Louise as she went out into the night. He did not need to see. He could feel her progress down the lane, a wave of stillness moving toward the town. He sat in the chair and waited. The creaking had stopped. The house was holding its breath. The silence was so deep he could feel the pressure of it in his bones. Then, a new sensation began to bloom in the darkness beside him. A presence was forming in the corner where the gaunt man stood. It was subtle at first, a slight thickening of the air, a gathering of dust. Then a shape began to coalesce, pale and smooth and tall. It was featureless, but it was learning. It was a silence taking form, waiting for its voice. The front door opened again. Louise returned. She was not alone. Henry stood beside her, his eyes wide and unblinking, reflecting the non-existent light. The frantic energy was gone from him. His face was smooth, empty. He was perfectly, utterly quiet. Louise led him to the center of the room. She did not speak. She simply looked at the new shape forming in the corner, then back at Henry. The sheriff understood. The vessel was ready. The silence needed a keeper, and a new silence needed a new voice. Henry took a step toward the pale shape. As he did, his form seemed to waver like a mirage. The sheriff watched, unable to look away, as the two figures merged. Henry's outline blurred into the featureless form. For a moment, there was a faint impression of a face, a final, silent gasp. Then it was gone. The shape in the corner was complete. It was a little taller now, a little more solid. The sheriff felt a coldness settle over him, a final acceptance. This was the work. This was the purpose. The quiet would grow. It would need more keepers. He looked toward the boy sleeping by the hearth, a vessel of future silence. He looked at Louise, the first keeper, and he knew his own role. He was the anchor, the first stone in a pond of silence, whose ripples would eventually still the entire world. He closed his eyes, though it made no difference in the dark. The creaking started again. Back and forth, back and forth. A lullaby for the end of all things the next morning. The sun rose on a town that did not notice. The sheriff watched it from the window, his vision no longer bound by glass and wood. He saw the mail truck roll down Main Street and stop. The mailman, a cheerful man named Dave who always whistled, got out. He opened a mailbox, then froze. His whistle died in his throat. He stood for a long time, his head cocked, as if listening to something no one else could hear. Then he closed the mailbox, got back in his truck, and drove away slowly, making no further stops. The cheerful noise of him was gone, replaced by a thoughtful, absorbing quiet. The day passed in a series of such small surrenders. A lawnmower coughed and fell silent halfway through a yard. A telephone rang in an empty house until it stopped. The sheriff felt each event like a stitch being pulled tight, closing the town off from the world. The silence was not an absence anymore. It was a presence, a patient hunter that had already cornered its prey, and was now simply waiting for it to stop struggling. As dusk began to bleed into the hills, a new feeling stirred within the house. It was a faint tug, a thread of disturbance. The sheriff's attention, now part of the very fabric of the building, turned toward the edge of town. A car, unfamiliar and loud, was approaching the town limits. It was not turning back. The sound of its engine was a raw, grating wound in the quiet. It was a reporter-esque car, a young man from the city sent to investigate the strange story of the silent town. The car crept down Main Street, its tires crunching unnaturally loud on the asphalt. The sheriff could feel the young man's confusion, his excitement, his fear. He was a pocket of frantic noise, a flashing light in the deepening twilight. He stopped the car and got out, raising a camera. The click of the shutter was a gunshot. Louise moved to the window. The sheriff felt her cold resolve. This noise could not be allowed to leave. It would attract more. The silence would be broken. But the sheriff felt something else too. A memory, faint and distant, of a time when he would have been the one to confront the intruder, to demand answers, to protect. That instinct was not entirely gone. It was a dull echo in the stillness that now filled him. The reporter, emboldened by the lack of response, walked toward the Anderson house. He called out, his voice young and sharp. "Hello, is anyone here?" The sheriff willed himself to rise from the chair. The wood groaned in protest, as if reluctant to release him. He walked to the door, his movements slow and heavy. He opened it and stood on the porch, looking down at the young man. The reporter jumped, startled. "Sheriff, thank God. What the hell is going on here? The whole town is like a ghost town." The sheriff looked at him. He saw the man's life, a cacophony of deadlines and city sounds, a constant, desperate struggle to be heard. It seemed so loud, so exhausting. "You should leave," the sheriff said, his voice a dry rustle. It was the first time he had spoken since sitting in the chair. "I can't leave. This is a story. People need to know." The reporter raised his camera again. The sheriff took a step forward. He did not feel anger. He felt a profound, weary pity. "There is no story. There is only the quiet." The reporter's bravado faltered. He took a step back, lowering the camera. He was finally seeing the sheriff's eyes, the absolute stillness in them. "What did they do to you?" he whispered. The sheriff did not answer. He simply raised a hand and pointed back the way the young man had come. It was not a threat. It was the last warning he would ever give. But the reporter, driven by a career-making instinct, stood his ground. He fumbled for his cell phone. "I'm calling this in." The noise of the dial tone was an obscenity. The sheriff watched as Louise appeared beside him on the porch. She did not look at the sheriff. Her cloudy eyes were fixed on the reporter. The young man saw her and froze, the phone held to his ear. The line was dead. There was only the soft, whispering static that was not static at all, but the sound of a vast and hungry silence. The reporter's face went slack with a terror beyond understanding. He dropped the phone. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. His mouth opened and closed, a silent, desperate gasp. Louise walked down the porch steps. She did not hurry. She reached the young man and took his hand. He did not resist. He was already becoming quiet. She led him up the path toward the open door. The sheriff watched them come. He saw the new shape beginning to form in the shadows of the living room, waiting for the vessel it needed. He stepped aside to let them pass. As the reporter crossed the threshold, the last of the town's noise died with him. The sheriff closed the door. He walked back to his chair and sat down. The rocking began again. Back and forth, back and forth. The quiet was complete, and it was hungry. The days that followed were seamless, a smooth, unbroken sheet of gray. The sheriff rocked. He was the pendulum of a clock that measured an unchanging hour. The town below had ceased its final, feeble twitches. The last car had gone still in a driveway. The last radio had clicked off. He could feel the silence spreading beyond the town limits now, a gentle stain seeping into the soil, silencing the crickets in the fields and the birds in the trees at the edge of the valley. It was working its way toward the highway. He felt a new tug, stronger than the one that had heralded the reporter. It was not a single point of noise, but a cluster, an organized intrusion. The state police, they were coming in force, their engines a coordinated rumble of purpose and doubt. They stopped at the town limit, a line of cruisers with lights flashing in silent, frantic pulses. He could feel their confusion through the soles of his feet, a vibration of shouted orders that went nowhere, of crackling radios that produced only a soft, inviting hiss. They would enter the town. They would walk through the silent streets, their heavy footsteps the last sounds of their kind to ever echo there. They would find the empty houses, the cold stoves, the undisturbed dust, and then they would feel it. The quiet would begin to work on them, seeping through their heavy boots and their thick uniforms. Their urgency would turn to confusion, then to a deep, unwelcome peace. Their shouts would die in their throats. They would lower their weapons. They would simply sit on the curbs or lie down in the grass, their eyes open and vacant, until Louise or the new, taller keeper went to collect them. The sheriff saw it all from his chair, a play unfolding on a silent stage. He was not concerned. The silence was patient. It was inevitable. A new sensation pulled him from this vision. It was a small, warm pressure on his hand. He looked down. The boy, Tommy, was standing beside the rocking chair. His small hand rested on the sheriff's knuckles. The sheriff had not been aware that he could still feel warmth. The boy's eyes were not vacant like the others. They were clear, and they were looking at him with a quiet understanding. The boy was not just a vessel. He was a student. Tommy pointed a small finger toward the corner where the newest keeper stood, a pale, smooth statue that had once been a state trooper. Then he pointed at the sheriff, and finally at the empty space beside him. The message was clear. There was room for another. The work was not done. The sheriff understood. His time as the anchor was ending. A new phase was beginning. The silence needed to travel. It could not wait for the world to come to it. It had to go out into the world. He stopped rocking. The creaking ceased. For the first time since he had sat down, the house was utterly soundless. Louise stood in the doorway, holding a set of car keys. They were his keys. She tossed them onto the floor near his feet. The clatter was a small, sharp shock that was instantly absorbed. The sheriff bent slowly, his joints protesting like old timber. He picked up the keys. The metal was cold. He stood up, leaving the ladder-back chair empty. It waited. It would always wait. He walked to the door, the boy falling into step beside him. He did not look back at Louise or the keepers in the shadows. There was no need for goodbyes. They were all part of the same silence now. He opened the door and stepped out into the twilight. The air was perfectly still. His patrol car was where he had left it. A layer of dust settled on the hood. He opened the driver's door, and the boy climbed into the passenger seat without a word. The sheriff got in and put the key in the ignition. He paused, his hand on the key. He thought of the noise it would make, the violent turn of the engine, the blast of the exhaust. It would be the last loud sound he would ever choose to make. He turned the key. The engine roared to life, a monstrous alien sound that made the silence around it seem deeper and more profound. He put the car in drive and pulled away from the house on Blackfield Lane. He drove down the mountain, away from the town. passenger seat, the boy stared ahead, a small, quiet missionary. The sheriff kept his eyes on the road, his hands steady on the wheel. He was not driving away from the quiet anymore. He was taking it with him. The headlights cut a weak path through the gathering dark. The engine's rumble was a blasphemy, a pocket of dying noise carrying its own executioner. Sheriff Miller drove with a strange, detached focus. He was not navigating by street signs or memory, but by a new sense, a pull toward the places where the world's noise was thinnest, where the silence could take root most easily. Tommy sat perfectly still beside him, a small, pale sentinel. The sheriff glanced at the boy. He saw no fear, only a patient readiness. The child's silence was not empty. It was a tool, sharp and precise. They drove for an hour, leaving the valley and its silent town behind. The world outside the car windows began to change. The deep woods gave way to scattered farms, then to the first blinking lights of a distant suburb. The noise was a low hum on the horizon, a constant, irritating pressure against the sheriff's mind. He turned off the main highway onto a smaller road, drawn by a specific thread of disturbance. It was a trailer park nestled in a hollow, a tight cluster of lives filled with the sounds of arguing televisions and shouting voices. But one trailer, set apart under a lone willow tree, was different. Its windows were dark. A profound, lonely quiet emanated from it, a silence that was not yet peace, but despair. It was a perfect place to begin. The sheriff pulled the car onto the gravel shoulder and turned off the engine. The sudden absence of sound was a relief. He and the boy got out and walked toward the trailer. The gravel crunched under their feet, each step a small explosion in the night. No one came to the door. The sheriff didn't knock. He simply turned the handle, and the door swung open with a sigh. Inside, an old woman sat in a worn armchair, staring at a blank television screen. The air smelled of stale coffee and loneliness. She didn't look up as they entered. Her husband's recliner sat empty beside her, a monument to a loss that had screamed louder than any television. The sheriff stood in the center of the small, cluttered room. Tommy went to the woman and placed his small hand on her arm. She flinched, finally noticing them. Her eyes were red-rimmed and full of a tired, endless noise. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice raspy from disuse. "What do you want?" The sheriff did not speak. He simply let the quiet of the car, the quiet of the boy, the quiet of the house on Blackfield Lane fill the small space. It pressed gently against the woman's grief, not erasing it, but softening its edges, absorbing its sharpness. The fear in her eyes faded, replaced by a dawning recognition. She looked from the sheriff's still face to the boy's calm one. She looked at the empty recliner. The frantic need for the noise of the television, for any sound to fill the void left by her husband, began to ebb away. A deep, weary acceptance settled over her. The silence was not an enemy. It was a comfort. She leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. A single tear traced a path through the wrinkles on her cheek, but it was a quiet tear. The struggle was over. The sheriff felt a new presence solidify in the corner of the trailer, near a cold wood stove. It was a faint, shimmering outline, learning the shape of an old man's slouched posture. It was waiting. Tommy took the woman's hand and helped her to her feet. She went willingly, without a word, and stood before the shimmering shape. As she faced it, her own form seemed to soften, her edges blending with the quiet that was taking form. For a moment, the sheriff saw two figures merge into one calm, silent presence. Then it was done. The trailer was full. Sheriff and the boy walked back to the car. Behind them, the trailer was dark and content. The sheriff started the engine, the sound now feeling like a necessary, temporary evil. He pulled back onto the road, heading toward the humming lights on the horizon. The work had begun. The silence was on the move. The humming grew louder as they approached the outskirts of the next town, a place called Bison Creek. It was a working town, full of the grumble of night shifts and the glare of streetlights on wet asphalt. The sheriff felt the noise like a physical weight, a dense fog of anxiety and striving. He parked the car in the shadow of a closed-down hardware store, its windows boarded over. This was a different kind of emptiness, a noisy emptiness that was somehow worse. Tommy looked at him, his small face expectant. The sheriff nodded. They got out and walked, two quiet figures moving against the current of sound. They passed a bar where a jukebox blared and laughter erupted in sharp, jagged bursts. The sheriff felt the silence within him push back, a calm tide against a rocky shore. A man stumbled out of the bar, his movements loud and uncoordinated. He saw them and lurched forward. "Hey, you, lost or something?" He slurred, his breath a cloud of sour noise. The sheriff stopped. Tommy stood slightly behind him. The drunk man peered at them, his belligerence faltering as he met the sheriff's gaze. The noise of the bar seemed to fade behind him, muffled by an invisible blanket. The man's bluster drained away, replaced by a confused emptiness. He was a void waiting to be filled. "WH, what are you?" The man stammered, taking a step back. The sheriff didn't answer. He simply extended a hand, not to touch, but to offer. The man stared at the open palm as if it were a deep well. The fight went out of him. His shoulders slumped. The constant, internal clamor for attention, for forgetfulness, for meaning, simply stopped. He looked lost, but finally truly quiet. A new keeper began to form in the alley beside the bar, its shape indistinct, but learning the man's slouched posture. The drunk man walked toward it without a backward glance, merging into the waiting silence, like a drop of water returning to the ocean. The sheriff and Tommy continued. They did not need to seek out every individual. The silence was contagious now, spreading from the points of contact. A woman arguing on her porch fell silent mid-sentence, her anger dissolving into a profound calm. Two boys racing bicycles on the empty street simply stopped, got off their bikes, and stood watching as the quiet settled over them. One by one, the noises of the town were extinguished. The jukebox in the bar clicked off. The shouts and laughter ceased. The only sound was the gentle, almost imperceptible hum of the silence itself. A sound so deep it was felt rather than heard. The sheriff felt the change in the air. The resistance was gone. Bison Creek was becoming still. He knew they could not stay. Their presence was a catalyst, but the work of deepening the quiet would be done by the new keepers, now taking form in the shadows of the town. He led Tommy back to the car. As they drove away, he glanced in the rearview mirror. The streetlights of Bison Creek still shone, but the town beneath them was dark and motionless, a new pool of silence joining the one they had left behind. The headlights of the patrol car pointed forward, down a highway that stretched into a noisy, sleeping world. The boy settled back in his seat, a small, satisfied look on his face. The sheriff drove on. There was so much more work to do. The highway unspooled before them, a black ribbon under a sky bleached of stars by the distant glow of cities. The sheriff drove with an economy of movement, his hands resting lightly on the wheel. He no longer needed a map. The pull was instinctive now, a compass needle drawn to the poles of human clamor. He could feel the great, tangled knots of noise ahead the cities, throbbing with millions of separate, frantic lives. They were not the target. Not yet. The silence needed to grow, to strengthen in the quieter places first. He exited the highway near a sign that read Sandy Point, next 3 exits. It was a lakeside community, a place of summer homes and year-round residents clinging to the water's edge. The noise here was different. It was the low, worried hum of people trying to hold on, of mortgages and failing businesses, and the quiet desperation of a town past its prime. It was a brittle sound, easy to break. He parked near a public dock that stretched out into the black, still water. The lake was a sheet of glass, reflecting nothing. A few houses had lights on, their yellow squares looking small and defenseless against the vast dark of the lake and the woods. Tommy was already out of the car, drawn to the water's edge. He stood on the dock, looking down into the depths. The sheriff joined him. Together, they were a conduit. The silence flowed from them, not as a wave, but as a subtle change in the atmosphere, a cooling of the air. It spread across the water, a gentle frost that stilled the lapping of tiny waves against the shore. In a house overlooking the dock, a porch light flicked on. A man stepped out, holding a phone to his ear. His voice carried clearly across the water, sharp with frustration. "I don't care what the bank says. We can't make that payment this month. Just listen to me." The sheriff focused on the man. He felt the man's fear, the frantic energy of his failing arguments. The silence reached him. The man's words slowed, then stopped. He lowered the phone from his ear and stared at it. The voice on the other end was a tiny, angry buzz, a gnat lost in a vast cathedral. The man did not hang up. He simply stood there, the phone hanging limply at his side. The fight was gone. The worry was gone. He looked out at the lake. and for the first time, he truly saw its peace. All along the shore, lights began to go out. Not in a panic, but with a slow, final certainty. A television screen went dark in a living room. A radio playing classic rock faded to a hiss, then to nothing. The town of Sandy Point was letting go. It was sinking into a quiet as deep as the lake itself. The sheriff turned from the water. His work here was done. He saw them then, standing among the trees that lined the shore. New keepers. Their forms were vague, shaped by the water and the woods, their silence a part of the landscape now. They would tend to this place. He and Tommy walked back to the car. As the engine turned over, its sound was swallowed by the immense quiet of the lake. He drove back toward the highway, the silence of Sandy Point receding in the mirror. Another quiet acre secured. The boy was asleep in the passenger seat, his breathing a soft, almost silent rhythm. The sheriff drove on through the night, a fisherman casting a net of perfect, everlasting quiet into the noisy sea of the world. The city appeared on the horizon just before dawn, a jagged line of light against the fading dark. It was the first real city they had approached, a place of steel and freeways, where the noise was a constant, roaring pressure. The sheriff could feel it from miles away, a psychic din of 8 million separate anxieties, joys, and sorrows, all crashing together into a wall of sound. This would be different. This would not be a gentle absorption. This would be a confrontation. He pulled the car into the lot of a long-closed roadside diner that overlooked the interstate leading into the city. The boy stirred awake, his eyes opening slowly. He looked toward the distant lights, and for the first time, the sheriff saw a flicker of something in his calm gaze. Not fear, but assessment. The city was a loud, complex machine, and they were a very simple tool. They got out and stood by the car. The wind carried the scent of exhaust and distant food. The rumble of early morning traffic was a steady vibration through the concrete. The sheriff knew they could not walk into that maelstrom. They would be deluded, lost. The silence had to be delivered differently here. It needed a point of entry, a single crack in the city's noisy armor. He felt a specific thread of sound, a piercing, singular note of anguish that cut through the general hum. It came from a tall apartment building on the city's edge, a solitary light in a grid of thousands. He focused on it, and the feeling clarified. It was a young woman standing on a balcony. Her despair was a sharp, high frequency, a scream held inside. She was leaning over the railing, looking down at the traffic far below. The noise of the city was not enough to drown out the noise in her head. The sheriff closed his eyes. He reached for the quiet they had cultivated, the deep reservoir from the house on the mountain, from the trailer, from the lakeside town. He gathered it, not as a blanket to smother, but as a precise instrument. He aimed it, a single, silent bullet, at that distant point of light. In the passenger seat, Tommy placed his small hands flat on the dashboard, his own silence amplifying the sheriff's focus. On the balcony, the woman froze. The chaotic storm in her mind did not just quiet, it vanished. The urge to jump, the crushing weight of her problems, the screaming internal dialogue, it all stopped, replaced by an immense, hollow peace. The city's roar became a distant, meaningless hum. She straightened up, her hands loosening their grip on the cold railing. She turned and walked back inside her apartment, leaving the door open behind her. The silence had taken root, but in a city, nothing is isolated. The silence, once planted, began to spread. It traveled through the plumbing, along the electrical wires, through the very structure of the building. The couple arguing in the apartment below fell silent mid-shout. The television in the next-door neighbor's living room flickered and died. The silence moved floor by floor, a gentle, rising tide. People simply stopped what they were doing. A man stopped typing an angry email. A woman stopped crying over a broken heart. They sat or stood, enveloped in a calm they had never known. The sheriff watched from the diner parking lot. He could feel the change, a small, dark patch of quiet growing within the city's brilliant, noisy map. It was a beginning. The keepers would form there, in the stairwells and empty corridors of that building, their silence a permanent fixture. He looked at Tommy. The boy nodded. It was time to go. They couldn't stay here at the edge. The work was too vast. They needed to keep moving, to plant more seeds, to create more quiet points that would eventually merge and grow. As the sun began to rise, washing the city in a pale, indifferent light, the sheriff started the car. He pulled back onto the road, but instead of heading toward the city, he drove parallel to it, following the beltway. There were other towns, other highways, other hearts full of noise waiting for the gift of silence. The city would have to wait its turn. The work was patient. The work was eternal. Story 2. The light from the gas lamp did not so much push back the moor's darkness as negotiate with it. It was a sickly, jaundiced glow that guttered and swayed in my hand, its flame a frantic, captive thing that made the shadows it cast writhe like eels in a bucket. Each step I took on the spongy, wet earth was a small surrender, the ground sucking greedily at my boots as if to claim them. The fog had come in with the evening tide, a cold, blind breath that smelled of peat and salt and something else, something ancient and metallic, like the taste of a bitten tongue. It was a living darkness out there on the moor, a presence that watched and waited, and my little light was nothing but a provocation. I am Detective Dominic, and I was brought here by a death. Not a simple death, not a death of misadventure or a failing heart, though the coroner in the city, a man with clean glasses and no imagination, had tried to call it that. It was the death of a historian, a man named Alistair Croft, who had come to this forsaken stretch of coast to write a book about the local legends. They found him at the foot of the Blackstone Cliff, his body broken in ways that suggested not a fall, but a great and terrible pressure. And in his hand, clutched so tight they had to break his fingers to retrieve it, was a single, long, coarse hair, the color of tarnished silver. That is what brought me and my companion Danny to this place. Danny, who was somewhere behind me now, a solid and silent presence in the gloom. He was my anchor, a man of few words and unwavering loyalty. His skepticism, a sturdy wall against the whispers that had already begun to find us. We were staying at the Moor-S End, the only inn for 20 miles. A low-slung building of dark timber and older stone that seemed to huddle against the earth as if afraid of the sky. The locals there, when they spoke at all, did so in murmurs. They were a closed-off people, their faces weathered into masks of perpetual suspicion. They called it the gloom, this feeling that settled over the land, and they spoke of the beast of Blackstone Moor not as a myth, but as a fact of life, like the rain or the fog. They said it was an old family curse, a thing tied to the bloodline of the man who owned the great, crumbling house on the hill, Jasper Blackwood. I met Jasper the next day. He was a young man, too young to carry the weight of so much history and superstition. He received us in the library of Blackwood Manor, a room that smelled of dust and decaying leather. The air was cold, a deep, stone cold that no fire could ever truly touch. He had the look of his ancestors in the oil paintings that lined the walls, the same dark, haunted eyes, the same sharp cheekbones, but on him, it seemed less like nobility and more like a sickness. "They think I did it, don't they?" he said, his voice quiet, his gaze fixed on the rain-streaked window that looked out over the endless, grey moor. "They think the curse took Alistair because he was poking around in things best left buried. I am only interested in facts, Mr. Blackwood," I said, though the words felt hollow in that room. "The curse, what is it?" A faint, bitter smile touched his lips. "It's the family pet, detective. A story we tell to explain why we are the way we are, why we die young, why we go mad. It's a convenient ghost for every misfortune." He turned from the window, and his eyes were deep pools of shadow. "They say a Blackwood, centuries ago, made a bargain with something that lives in the deep places of the earth, something that demanded a sacrifice, a piece of the family itself forever. The beast is that piece. It is us, and it is not us. It is the shadow that walks when the body is still. It was poetic nonsense, the kind of thing a lonely, frightened aristocrat would cling to. But that night, as I tried to sleep in the narrow bed at the inn, I heard it. A sound that was not the wind. A low, resonant vibration that seemed to come up through the floorboards. A sound that was felt more than heard. A hum that set my teeth on edge. It was the sound of something large moving through the gorse and heather, something that did not care to hide its passage. And with it, carried on the damp air, was that smell again. The iron smell, the smell of blood on the tongue. The following days took on a strange, dreamlike rhythm. The investigation was a wheel spinning in mud. The locals would not meet our eyes. The constable, a nervous man named Evans, assured us that Alistair Croft's death was a tragedy, an accident on slippery rocks. But every time I walked the path to Blackstone Cliff, the hair on the back of my neck would stand on end. I felt watched, not by a person, but by the land itself. The twisted, black trees seemed to lean in to listen. The pools of stagnant water were like blind eyes, reflecting a sky that was always the color of lead. Danny felt it too. I saw it in the way his hand never strayed far from the pistol beneath his coat, in the new tightness around his mouth. "This place is wrong, Dom," he said to me one evening as we shared a silent whiskey in the Inn S. Barren common room. "It S, like the whole moor, is holding its breath." It was Danny who found the first real clue. While I was chasing shadows and family histories, he was doing the dull, practical work of a good investigator. He tracked down the shop in the nearest village where Alastair Croft had bought his supplies. The shopkeeper, an old woman with fingers stained purple from berry dye, remembered him. She said he was a nice man, excited about his book. But she grew quiet when Danny asked if he'd been afraid. She said the last time she saw him, he wasn't he himself. He kept looking over his shoulder, out at the moor. And he asked her a strange question. He asked if the standing stones on the western ridge ever looked like they moved in the night. We went to the standing stones at dusk. The locals called them the sleeper teeth. They were a circle of great, weathered monoliths, leaning at odd angles like the rotten molars of a giant. The fog was thinner here, and the last of the sun bled a terrible red across the sky. It was then that I saw the first true omen. As I walked the perimeter of the circle, my lamp flickering, I saw a shape moving between the stones. It was large, low to the ground, and it moved with a fluid, muscular grace that was utterly alien. It was there for only a second, a patch of darkness denser than the night, and then it was gone. But the sound remained. That low, resonant hum, and the smell, thick and coppery in the air. I raised my lamp, my heart a frantic drum in my chest. "Hello," I called out, and my voice was swallowed by the vast, silent moor. There was no answer. But etched into the base of the largest stone, fresh and deep, were 3 long, parallel grooves. Claw marks. The horror began to accumulate then, layer upon layer, like the peat that preserved the dead for centuries. A farmer reported a sheep torn apart, not eaten, but simply unmade. The damage was not that of a wolf or a dog. Evans, the constable, dismissed it as the work of a rogue predator, but his eyes were wide with a fear he could not name. We interviewed Jasper again, and he seemed paler, more gaunt. The curse was feeding on him. He spoke in circles, his words echoing one another, creating a spiral effect that always returned to the same narrative core, the same obsessive thought. "It knows when you are looking for it," he whispered. "It knows your scent. It S in the soil. It S in the water. It S in the blood." The final revelation did not come in a flash of lightning, but in the quiet of the Blackwood Manor library. I had gone there alone, seeking some record, some old journal that might ground the superstition in fact. Jasper was absent, lost to his own dread. The house was silent, a tomb. I found it tucked behind a false panel in the wainscoting, a ledger bound in what felt like unpleasantly soft, tanned leather. It was the Blackwood family diary, written in a cramped, frantic hand by generation after generation of doomed men and women. The entries were a chronicle of madness. They spoke of the family shadow, the birthright beast. They described a compulsion, a pulling from the moor that would overcome a Blackwood heir at a certain age, a time of great stress. It was not a separate entity, the diary claimed. It was a part of them, a physical manifestation of a buried, primal self. The curse was not a punishment from without, but an inheritance from within. The beast was real. It was Jasper. Or rather, it was the thing Jasper became when the gloom was upon him, when the ancient blood stirred. I read the last entry, written by Alistair Croft himself. He had found the diary. He had uncovered the truth. His final words were a scrawl of terror. It is not a legend. It is a metamorphosis. I saw him change. I saw the man peel away like parchment, and the shadow stand up on its hind legs. It has his eyes. God help me, it is Jasper S. eyes. I dropped the book, my hands trembling. The pieces clicked into place with a terrible, final certainty. The claw marks, the strange, crushing injuries on Croft S. body, the single, coarse hair. Jasper S. haunted resignation. He wasn't afraid of a monster on the moor. He was afraid of the monster he himself became. The climax came that very night. A storm had broken over the moor, a shrieking gale that drove rain against the inn windows like handfuls of gravel. Danny was with me, his face grim in the lamplight. We had to act. We had to confront Jasper. We had to see. We fought our way through the storm to Blackwood Manor. The door was unlocked, swinging on its hinges. The house was dark, cold, and empty. We found him, or where he had been, in the main hall. His clothes were torn, scattered as if he had burst out of them. And there, leading from the hall, out through the French doors and into the storm-lashed garden, were footprints. But they were not human footprints. They were the deep, heavy prints of a large, quadrupedal creature, each one ending in the impression of 5 long, cruel claws. We followed. What else could we do? The wind tore the breath from my lungs. The rain blinded me. Danny was a step behind, his lamp a tiny, defiant eye in the chaos. We tracked the prints across the sodden lawn, through a gap in the crumbling garden wall, and out onto the open moor. The path led upward, toward the Blackstone cliff. We reached the precipice. The wind was a physical force here, trying to pluck us from the edge and throw us into the blackness below. And there, silhouetted against the frequent flashes of lightning, was a shape. It was massive, shaggy, its hide the color of a storm cloud. It stood on 4 legs, its head low, its shoulders powerful and hunched. It turned, and the lightning illuminated its face. It had the head of a wolf, but distorted, too large, its muzzle streaked with silver. And its eyes. They were not the eyes of an animal. They were intelligent. They were tortured. They were Jasper S. dark, haunted eyes. It let out a sound, a roar that was part animal fury and part human anguish, a sound that was swallowed by the thunder, but which I felt in the marrow of my bones. It charged, not at me, but at Danny. It was a blur of shadow and muscle. Danny fired his pistol once, twice. The shots were tiny, insignificant pops against the storm. The beast did not even flinch. It was upon him. I will not describe what happened next. I cannot. There was a terrible confusion of movement, a sound of tearing, and then Danny was gone, and the beast stood over what remained, its muzzle dripping. It turned those familiar, hellish eyes toward me. It took a step, then another. I was frozen, not by fear, but by a profound, soul-shattering understanding. This was not a monster to be fought. This was a truth to be endured. It did not kill me. It stopped a few feet away, and in the flickering light, I saw the change begin. The massive form seemed to shrink, to fold in on itself. The coarse hair receded like a tide. The bones cracked and shifted with a wet, grinding sound. And where the beast had stood, now knelt Jasper Blackwood, naked and trembling, his skin pale in the stormlight. He was weeping great, ragged sobs that were torn away by the wind. He looked at me, and his eyes were full of a knowledge that was worse than madness. He said only one word, a name, before he turned, and with a broken cry, threw himself from the cliff into the churning black sea below. Dominic. I stood there for a long time, until the storm began to weaken, and the first gray light of dawn touched the edge of the world. I was empty. I was hollowed out. I walked back to the village in a daze. I told them a story of a tragic suicide, of a man overcome by grief and the madness of his family line. They believed me. They wanted to believe me. The beast was safe. The curse was satisfied for another generation. I thought that was the end of it. I returned to the city. I wrote my report. I tried to forget the smell of peat and blood, the sound of the hum, the sight of those eyes. But the moor does not let go so easily. It gets in your blood. It started with dreams. Dreams of running on 4 strong legs, of the taste of cold air and hot blood. Then it was the waking moments. I would catch my reflection in a window, and for a split second I would not see myself, but a stranger with sharp teeth and shadowy fur. The city sounds began to grate on me. The smells of exhaust and perfume became a suffocating poison. I craved the silence of the moor, the clean, cold air. I found myself standing before the mirror in my quiet apartment. The light was dim, the way it had been in the manor library. I looked at my own reflection, at the face of Dominic, the brilliant detective. But the face in the glass was changing. The features seemed to swim, to soften, and then sharpen. The eyes that looked back at me were not my own. They were darker, deeper. They were haunted. They were Jasper S. eyes. And I understood. The curse was not in the Blackwood bloodline. It was in the land. It was in the knowing. By uncovering the truth, by staring into the heart of the beast, I had invited it in. I had become the next vessel. The detective had become the mystery. The hunter had become the legend. I am standing before the mirror. The man in the glass is me, but he is also not me. He is older. He is weary. There is a shadow around him, a darkness that is not cast by the room's poor light. It clings to his shoulders like a shaggy pelt. His jaw seems heavier, his canines too long. He does not look terrified. He does not look surprised. He looks resigned. He looks still. I feel a low hum beginning in my chest, a vibration that is my own. I smell the iron taste of my own blood. I am observing myself, but with no reaction or terror. Only stillness. Only acceptance. The light in the room gutters, and the reflection holds my gaze, and the gloom settles in my heart, and it is finally, terribly, home. The hum deepened, a resonance that was no longer just a sound, but a physical state of being. It vibrated in my teeth, in the bones of my skull. A tuning fork struck against the bedrock of the world. The face in the mirror did not waver. It was my face, the one I had shaved this morning, but the geography of it had shifted into something ancestral and grim. The lines around the mouth were not from laughter, but from the strain of containing a different shape. The shadow around him, around me, was not an absence of light, but a presence. It had weight. It had texture, like coarse fur seen from the corner of the eye. A pressure was building behind my eyes, a dull, insistent throb that was both pain and promise. The city outside my window, with its distant sirens and the ambient glow of a million electric lives, felt like a painted backdrop, a flimsy illusion. The real world was the one I had left behind on the moor. The real world was the one growing inside me now. I raised a hand, a slow, deliberate movement. The man in the mirror did the same, but my hand felt strange. The fingers were blunt, the nails thick and pressing against the quick. I watched as the reflection S knuckles seemed to pop, the skin stretching taut over a new, denser architecture of bone. There was no panic. The stillness was absolute. This was not an invasion. It was a homecoming. The part of me that had been Detective Dominic, the solver of puzzles, was a small, quiet room in a house that was now revealing itself to be a mansion of ancient, dark rooms. I turned from the mirror. The apartment was a cage. The walls were too close, the ceiling too low. I needed the sky. I needed the earth. I walked to the door, my gait already changing, a rolling, heavy step that was unfamiliar yet perfectly natural. I did not bother with a coat. The cold that was seeping into my bones was not from the air. It was from within, a glacial core that welcomed the chill of the night. The streets were mostly empty. A lone taxi sped past, its headlights slicing through the gloom. The driver did not see me, or if he did, he saw only a man walking alone. He did not see the shadow that flowed behind me, longer than it should be, nor sense the low-frequency tremor that emanated from my chest. I was a secret walking in plain sight. I moved toward the park, the closest approximation to wildness the city could offer. The iron gates were closed, but I scaled them with an easy, powerful grace that startled the rational sliver of my mind, still clinging to consciousness. Beneath the trees, the world changed. The artificial light faded, replaced by the deep, consoling darkness of leaf and loam. The hum in my chest found an echo here, in the sigh of the wind through the branches. I could smell everything, wet earth, the decay of last autumn's leaves, the musk of a fox that had passed this way an hour ago. And underneath it all, the old, familiar scent. Peat, salt, iron. I found a clearing and stopped. The change was no longer something happening to me. It was something I was doing. I let go. It was like unclenching a fist I had held tight my entire life. The pain was immense, a tearing, grinding reconfiguration. But it was a clean pain, a purposeful one. The world swam in a haze of sensation. The sound of my own clothes ripping was distant. The feeling of my spine arching, lengthening, was a wave of profound release. I fell forward onto hands that were no longer hands, onto knuckles that hardened and dug into the soft ground. When the world came back into focus, it was through different eyes. The night was no longer dark, but shades of luminous gray. The smells were a symphony, each note distinct and full of meaning. I shook myself, a great shuddering motion that settled the new weight of my body. I was massive. I was powerful. I was hungry. I lifted my head and tested the air. The city was a stench of fear and filth to the south. But to the north, carried on a stray current, was a thread of something pure. The wild, the moor, home. A sound built in my throat, a rumble that was part growl, part sigh. It was not a roar of challenge, but a statement of existence. I turned from the city lights and began to run, not with the clumsy bipedal gait of a man, but with the effortless, ground-eating lope of the creature I had become. The trees became a blur. The park-esque fences were nothing. I was a shadow flowing through the shadows, a secret leaving the world of secrets behind. The hunt was over. The journey had begun. The gloom was not behind me. It was ahead, waiting, and I was finally going to meet it on my own terms. The city fell away behind me, its lights swallowed by the rolling darkness of the countryside. I ran through fields and forests, a ghost following the pull in my blood. The miles meant nothing. The fatigue I should have felt was a forgotten concept. This body was made for endurance, for the long, silent chase. Dawn found me in a dense wood, the light filtering through the canopy in dusty shafts. I drank from a cold, clear stream, the water tasting more real than any wine I had ever known. The man I had been would have been planning, thinking, worrying. The beast I was now simply existed, its mind a quiet pool reflecting only the immediate world. By the next nightfall, the air began to change. I recognized the damp chill, the particular scent of decaying vegetation preserved for millennia. I had reached the edge of the moor. The hum in my chest rose to meet the resonance of the land, a perfect, harmonious note. I paused on a high ridge, looking out over the vast expanse of the gloom. The leaden sky was gone, replaced by a canopy of cold, sharp stars. The black trees were a welcoming committee. The stagnant pools were eyes that saw me for what I was. I did not go to the village. I had no business with men anymore. I went instead to the one place that called to me, the place where it had all begun and ended. The sleeper-s teeth stood on the western ridge, stark against the starry sky. They did not look like rotten teeth tonight. They looked like pillars of a temple. I the center of the circle, my paws making no sound on the thick moss. The air was still, but the stones themselves seemed to vibrate with a low, ancient power. I lowered myself onto my haunches, the scent of Jasper S. Final Despair still a faint stain on the air, overshadowed by the older, deeper smells of blood and ritual. This was the heart of it. This was where the change was sanctioned. I closed my eyes and listened to the moor. I heard the scuttle of small life, the call of a night bird, the wind whispering through the heather. And underneath it all, I heard the others, the echoes of all the Blackwoods who had come before, their essence trapped in the peat, their voices a part of the hum. They were not screaming in torment. They were simply present, a chorus of witnesses. A new scent reached me, faint but unmistakable. Man fear and the tang of gun oil. I opened my eyes and turned my head slowly. A figure stood at the edge of the stone circle, a lantern held high. It was Evans, the constable. His face was pale, his hand shaking so badly the lantern light danced and jumped over the ancient stones. He had probably seen my tracks, heard a rumor of a large animal on the moor. He had come to investigate. He saw me. His jaw went slack, and the lantern dipped. He fumbled for the rifle slung over his shoulder. A part of me, the ghost of Dominic, felt a pang of pity. This was a good man, a simple man, in far over his head. But the beast felt only a calm assessment. He was an intruder here. He was a disruption in the sacred silence. He raised the rifle, his movements clumsy with terror. "Be gone with you," he shouted, his voice cracking. The sound was an offense, a crude noise in the cathedral quiet. I did not growl. I did not charge. I simply stood up. I let him see the full size of me, the way the starlight caught on my fur, the intelligence in the eyes that had once been Jasper S. And before that, another S. I took one slow, deliberate step toward him. That was enough. The courage drained from him completely. He dropped the rifle with a clatter, turned, and fled, stumbling and crying out into the night. I listened to the sounds of his panic fade away. He would tell his story. They would call it a hallucination, the result of stress and more gas. They would believe what they needed to believe. The secret would be kept, as it had always been kept. I settled back onto the ground. The gloom settled around me, a heavy, familiar cloak. This was my vigil now. This was my purpose, not a curse, but a guardianship. The detective had solved the final mystery. The beast was its eternal keeper. The moor could finally exhale. I laid my head on my paws, and for the first time since I had seen the claw marks on the stone, I was at peace. The days began to blend, measured not by the sun, but by the slow turn of the seasons on the moor. I learned its rhythms, as a man learns the habits of his own house. I knew where the sun would warm the stones at midday, where the deepest pools held the coldest water, which paths the sheep followed, and which they avoided. The hunger, when it came, was a clean, sharp thing, satisfied without guilt or ceremony. The ghost of Dominic grew quieter, his memories fading like old ink. until they were little more than a collection of sensations. The smell of city rain on pavement, the weight of a wool coat, the taste of cheap whiskey. They belonged to someone else. I avoided the village, but I was aware of its life as a distant murmur. Sometimes I would catch the scent of wood smoke from its chimneys, or hear the far-off bark of a dog. They had their world, and I had mine. The boundary was the old garden wall of Blackwood Manor. I never crossed it. The house stood as an empty shell, a monument to a life I had shed. But I often stood in the shadow of the sleeper Teeth and looked down upon its roofline, a silent sentinel for the secrets it held. It was during the first snow of winter that I found the book. A storm had scoured the moor, stripping the last brittle leaves from the hawthorns and piling drifts against the stone walls. When the wind calmed, I was hunting along a frozen stream when I saw a corner of leather protruding from a snowdrift near the base of the cliff. It was Jasper's journal. It must have fallen from his pocket the night he died, and the shifting winds and rains had finally uncovered it. I nudged it with my muzzle, the scent of old paper and despair still clinging to it. With a strange delicacy, I picked it up in my teeth and carried it back to the dry shelter of the stone circle. I could not read it, not with these eyes, but I didn't need to. I remembered its contents. It was a record of a struggle I had now concluded. It was a map of a prison whose door I had walked through. I dug a shallow hole at the base of the largest stone, placed the book inside, and covered it with earth and stones. It was a burial, not for Jasper, but for his pain. The snow brought a deep silence to the gloom, a hush that even the wind respected. I roamed my territory, my dark form stark against the white landscape. It was on one of these patrols that I saw her. A woman, wrapped in a heavy cloak, picking her way carefully along the path from the village toward the manor. She was not a local. Her movements were too hesitant, her posture too straight. She carried a small valise. As she drew closer, the wind shifted and brought her scent to me. It was a complex perfume of lavender soap, wool, and beneath it, the unmistakable, faintly metallic scent of Blackwood blood. I melted back into the shadows of a gorse thicket, watching. She reached the manor door, hesitated, then took a key from her pocket and let herself in. She was family. A cousin, perhaps, from some city, come to see to the derelict estate. An heir. The thought should have meant nothing to me, but a low growl rumbled in my chest without my willing it. The peace I had found was suddenly fragile. Her presence was an intrusion, a thread from the world of men trying to stitch itself back into the fabric of the moor. That night I circled the manor, a dark ripple against the moonlit snow. A single light burned in an upstairs window, the library. I saw her silhouette pass by the glass, a small, determined figure. She was searching. For what? For answers. For Jasper. For the journal I had just buried. I understood then that my vigil was not over. It had simply changed. The curse, or the guardianship, was not a solitary burden. It was a cycle. This woman, with her Blackwood blood and her city curiosity, was the next potential key. She had come to the lock. It was only a matter of time before she tried to turn it. My peace was not a destination, but a pause between tides. The gloom had a new resident, and the beast had a new purpose. To watch, to wait, to see if the hunger in her blood would match the hunger in the land. I lifted my head and tasted the cold air, and the hum in my chest was no longer a note of peace, but one of warning. The days that followed were a study in stillness and observation. I kept to the high ground, the wind-scoured ridges where the snow lay thin and the sightlines were long. From there, I could watch the manor. Her movements became predictable. She rose with the sun, her lamp glowing in the kitchen window. She spent hours in the library, the light burning late into the night. She was systematic, relentless. I could feel her determination like a low, persistent vibration, a dissonant chord against the moor's ancient hum. One afternoon, she ventured out, a small, dark figure against the vast white expanse. She did not wander aimlessly. She walked with purpose, her head bowed against the wind, following a path only she knew. My muscles tensed as her course became clear. She was walking toward the sleeper's teeth. The ghost of Dominic stirred, whispering a warning. She had found something in the library, a map or a letter, that had led her here. I shadowed her, moving from one patch of cover to the next, a silent witness. She reached the stone circle and stood exactly where I had stood, where Jasper had fallen. She did not look afraid. She looked hungry. Her head was tilted, listening to a silence I knew was not silent to her. She knelt, brushing the snow from the base of the largest stone. Her hands, clad in leather gloves, probed the earth I had disturbed. She was looking for the journal. She would not find it. I had buried it deep, but her search itself was the revelation. She was not a reluctant heir. She was a seeker. She knew. Perhaps not all of it, but enough. The Blackwood curiosity, the need to unravel the family's dark knot, was strong in her. It was a different kind of hunger from mine, but it came from the same source. As she rose, brushing the dirt from her knees, she turned slowly, her gaze sweeping the moor. It did not pass over my hiding place. It lingered. She could not see me, I was certain of that. The gorse and the shadow concealed me completely. Yet she stared directly at the space I occupied for a long, breathless moment. She could not see the beast, but she could feel its attention. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips, there, and then gone. She was not afraid of the stories. She was testing them. She turned and walked back toward the manor, her step lighter now. I remained in the thicket long after she had disappeared from view. The warning hum inside me had solidified into a new understanding. This was not an ending. It was a beginning. The cycle was turning again. The detective had become the beast. The beast had become the guardian. And now the heir had become the seeker. The gloom had not finished with the Blackwoods. It was waiting for her to make her choice. My vigil was over. My watch had begun. I settled down into the snow, the cold a comfort against my thick fur, and fixed my eyes on the light in the library window, waiting to see what she would do next. The light in the library window burned for 3 nights. On the 4th, a different kind of fire bloomed in the hearth of the manor's great fireplace. I saw the orange flicker through the tall windows, a defiant challenge to the deep moor night. She was not just residing in the house, she was reclaiming it. The scent of wood smoke carried a new note, the faint, acrid smell of burning paper. She was destroying things, or perhaps curating, separating the mundane history from the true one. I found myself drawn closer, abandoning the high ridges for the shelter of the overgrown garden. The thorny fingers of dormant rose bushes clawed at my flanks, but I pushed through, coming to rest in the deep shadow beneath the library window. The glass was frosted, but a patch had been cleared by the heat from within. I could see a sliver of the room. Books were piled high on the floor, some open, some stacked as if for disposal. She moved through the chaos, a whirlwind of purpose. She was younger than I had first thought, her face sharp and intelligent in the firelight. Then she stopped. She was holding a large, leather-bound ledger, its cover scarred and faded. She carried it to the desk and sat down, her back to the window. For a long time she was still, her head bowed over the pages. Then her shoulders stiffened. She had found something. She stood up abruptly and went to the fireplace. For a moment, I thought she would consign it to the flames. But she hesitated, her hand hovering over the heat. Instead, she turned and looked directly at the window, at the dark spot where I stood. She couldn't see me. The night was absolute on my side of the glass, yet her gaze was unwavering. She walked toward the window, her expression not of fear, but of fierce resolve. She placed her palm flat against the cold pane, right over the cleared patch. It was not a gesture of greeting or supplication. It was a marking of territory, an acknowledgement. She knew I was there. She knew what I was. The stories had not frightened her away, they had drawn her in. The ghost of Dominic understood this ambition, this dangerous, brilliant need to know. The beast understood the threat. She was not like Evans, who fled in terror. She was like Jasper, who sought the change. But she was different, too. She was not broken. She was whole, and that made her more dangerous. She turned from the window and went back to the desk, opening the ledger once more. The message was clear. The hunt was not mine alone anymore. She was a hunter, too, and her quarry was the truth of the gloom. I had a choice to make. I could reveal myself and risk starting the cycle anew, or I could retreat deeper into the moor and let her puzzle it out alone. But as I watched her, a third path became clear. The guardian does not flee the seeker. The guardian tests them. I lowered my head and let out a soft, low chuff of breath, a sound that fogged the glass for a brief second. Her head snapped up from the book. She had heard it, or felt the vibration through the pane. She did not startle. A slow smile spread across her face, a flash of white in the firelit room. It was a smile of triumph. I turned and slipped back into the garden, the thorns parting for me now. The game had changed. The quiet vigil was over. She had thrown a stone into the still pool of my existence, and the ripples were spreading. I would not drive her away. I would not make it easy. I would be the more challenge to her. I would be the riddle she had to solve. I melted into the darkness, the snow crunching softly under my paws, and began to plan the first test. The next evening, I left a sign for her. It was not subtle. I chose a young stag, not for hunger, but for the statement. I brought it down cleanly at the edge of the clearing, where the path from the manor met the true wildness of the moor. I left the carcass arranged not as a meal, but as an offering. The heart, untouched, was placed upon a flat stone. The rest I left for the carrion birds. It was a brutal, primal tableau, a piece of the gloom's oldest language. I watched from a copse of black trees as she found it the following morning. She did not scream or turn away. She circled the site, her boots crunching on the frozen heather, her eyes missing no detail. She saw the precision of the kill, the deliberate placement. She saw the tracks I had allowed to remain, pressed deep into the mud at the clearing's edge. She knelt, not touching the heart, but studying it as if it were a text. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set. She understood the message. This was not the work of a mindless animal. This was a demonstration of power and intent. She stood, brushed the frost from her skirts, and looked directly into the trees where I stood hidden. She raised her voice, clear and steady, cutting through the morning quiet. I am not afraid of you. The words hung in the air, a challenge and an invitation. Then she turned and walked back to the manor, her posture straight, leaving the offering behind. That night her answer came. She did not barricade herself inside. Instead, she came out onto the manor's crumbling terrace as the moon rose. In her hands, she held a small, silver-handled knife, the family crest visible even from my distance. She drew the blade across her own palm, a quick, sharp motion. A few drops of her blood fell onto the stone flags. It was a ritual, a summoning. The scent of her blood, rich with the Blackwood lineage, washed over me like a wave. The hum in my chest became a thrum of recognition. She was not just seeking the past. She was trying to engage with the present force of it. She was trying to call me to her on her terms. I did not go to her, but I answered. From the ridge above the manor, I lifted my head and gave voice to the moor. The sound was not a howl of a wolf, but something deeper and older, a roar that seemed to tear at the fabric of the night. It echoed off the stones of the sleeper's teeth and rolled down into the valley, a sound of bedrock shifting, of ice cracking. The windows of the manor rattled in their frames. I saw her on the terrace, a tiny figure clutching her wounded hand. She did not flinch or run. She looked up toward the source of the sound, and in the moonlight, I saw her smile again. It was a grim, satisfied smile. The conversation had begun. She had spilled her blood as a question. I had answered with the voice of the land. The next move was hers. I settled down to wait, the taste of her blood still on the wind, knowing that the fragile boundary between her world and mine had been irrevocably crossed. The following day was a blank page of mist. It clung to the moor, softening edges and swallowing sounds. It was my element, a veil that hid my movements completely. I expected her to stay inside, to nurse her hand and ponder the roar that had shaken the night. But the Blackwood curiosity was a fever in her blood. By mid-morning, she emerged from the manor, a bandage visible on her left palm. She carried a canvas satchel, and moved with a new caution, her head constantly turning, listening. She did not return to the stone circle or the site of the kill. Instead, she followed a different path, one that led away from the village, deeper into the least traveled part of the gloom. She was using a map, an old one from the feel of the paper she occasionally consulted. She was not wandering. She was searching for a specific place. The ghost of Dominic supplied the name before I could even form the thought. The Weeping Stone. It was a place mentioned in family lore. A standing stone said to bleed water year-round. A place of old offerings. I moved through the fog like a part of it. She was easy to track, her scent a bright thread in the damp air. The further she went, the more the land changed. The gentle slopes gave way to a treacherous, boggy area where the ground sucked at her boots and the air grew thick with the smell of decay. She was heading into danger, guided by words written by a dead man. I could have let her stumble. I could have let the moor teach her its own harsh lesson. But the guardianship was a chain I could not break. She was a Blackwood, and the gloom would have her one way or another, but it would not be through ignorance. Not while I watched. She was halfway across a particularly spongy stretch of ground when her foot sank deep into a hidden pocket of water and peat. She cried out, more in surprise than pain, and stumbled forward, landing hard on her knees. The satchel flew from her grasp, its contents scattering into the murky water. She was stuck, mired to the thigh, and the fog was closing in like a shroud. I did not hesitate. I emerged from the mist not with a charge, but with a slow, deliberate approach. The soft ground silenced my steps. She saw me first as a darker shape in the gray, her eyes widening. She froze, one hand still gripping the edge of the solid ground she had been trying to reach. There was fear in her face now, the primal, honest fear of a creature caught in a trap. I stopped a few feet from her, the fog curling around my shoulders. I could have torn her apart. She knew it. Instead, I lowered my great head and sniffed at the water near her scattered belongings. I saw a small, water-stained notebook, the silver knife, and a locket on a chain. I ignored them. I turned my attention to the peat bank beside her. With a single, powerful swipe of my paw, I tore away a chunk of turf, exposing a firmer, root-filled layer beneath. She understood. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but she pushed herself, using the new foothold I had revealed. With a great sucking sound, she pulled her leg free from the bog and scrambled onto solid ground. She lay there for a moment, panting, covered in mud and peat-stained water. When she finally pushed herself up to her knees, she looked at me not with gratitude, but with a dawning, terrifying comprehension. I had not saved her out of kindness. I had preserved the subject of my watch. The test was not about survival. It was about worthiness. I had shown her that the gloom could provide a path as easily as it could provide a pit. I took a step back, then another, beginning to fade into the mist. Before I was gone, I looked at the scattered locket. With a movement almost too fast to see, I nudged it with my nose, sending it skittering across the wet ground to land at her feet. Then I was gone. The mist swallowed me whole. I left her there, cold and shaking, to collect her things and her thoughts. She had her answer. The beast was not a legend to be studied. It was a presence to be endured. And the game we were playing was for stakes far higher than she could possibly imagine. The locket, I knew, contained a miniature portrait of Jasper. Let her ponder that. She did not move for a long time after I vanished. I watched from a distance, the fog granting me perfect concealment. She simply knelt in the mud, staring at the spot where I had been. Then her eyes dropped to the locket. Her muddy fingers fumbled with the clasp. When it sprang open, she let out a small, sharp gasp. She recognized him, of course. The family resemblance was there, in the eyes. Jasper Blackwood, the uncle who had disappeared, now stared up at her from the palm of her hand. This was no longer an abstract historical puzzle. It was a chain of flesh and blood, and she was holding a link. She snapped the locket shut and clutched it tightly, her knuckles white. She gathered her scattered belongings with a new, frantic energy, stuffing them into the satchel. But she was not fleeing back to the manor. She was reorienting herself, checking the sodden map. The determination had returned, hardened by the encounter. The fear had been burned away, replaced by a cold, clear purpose. She was going to find the weeping stone. I followed, a silent shadow. She moved more carefully now, respecting the ground, reading the land with a beginner-s instinct. She found the stone an hour later, a solitary, weathered finger of granite weeping dark moisture down its moss-covered face. It stood in a small, unnaturally circular clearing. The air was still and heavy. She approached it slowly, with a reverence I had not expected. She did not take out her knife. Instead, she reached into her satchel and pulled out the water-stained notebook. She opened it to a specific page, her lips moving silently as she read. Then she looked from the book to the stone, and her eyes widened. She was not just seeing a rock. She was seeing an altar. She placed the open notebook on the ground before the stone. Then she did something that sent a jolt through me, a sensation that was both memory and premonition. She unwound the bandage from her hand. The cut was fresh, a dark line across her palm. She pressed her wounded hand flat against the cold, wet surface of the weeping stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a faint tremor ran through the ground beneath my paws. The moisture on the stone changed. The clear water turned a faint, rusty red where her blood met the stone's perpetual tears. It looked as if the stone itself were bleeding. A low groan emanated from the earth, a sound of ancient pressure shifting. She snatched her hand back, staring at the reddish stain now mingling with the water and trickling down the granite. She had not just called to me with her blood on the terrace. She had called to something else, something older and deeper than the beast. She had tapped into the source of the gloom itself. The hunger in her blood had indeed matched the hunger in the land, and the land had answered. She looked up, not in my direction, but at the manor, now just a gray smudge in the distance. She knew I was watching. She knew I had seen it all, This was no longer a game of cat and mouse. It was a ritual, and we were both participants. She had turned the key. The lock had clicked. Now we would both wait to see what door would open. The walk back to the manor was a procession of one. She moved with a new gravity, each step measured and deliberate. The mist began to thin, and a weak afternoon sun cast long, distorted shadows across the moor. I kept pace with her, 100 yards to her flank, but I knew she was aware of my presence. She did not look back. Her gaze was fixed ahead, on the house that was no longer just a house, but the focal point of whatever she had set in motion. She did not go inside immediately upon returning. Instead, she walked to the terrace where she had cut her hand. The drops of her blood were still there, dark smudges on the gray stone. She knelt and touched one with the tip of her finger, then looked out toward the weeping stone, hidden now by the rolling land. The connection was made. A circuit was complete. That night, the light in the library window did not burn. Instead, a single candle flickered in an upstairs room, her bedroom. I saw her silhouette pass before the window once, then all was still. The manor was quiet, but the silence was different. It was the silence of a held breath. I felt the change in the gloom. The air was sharper, the shadows deeper. The usual sounds of the night creatures were absent. They sensed it too. The land was waiting. My own instincts were a turmoil of warning and a strange, reluctant anticipation. The ghost of Dominic understood her drive, admired her courage. The beast knew the precipice upon which she now stood. Just before dawn, a sound pulled me from my watch. It was a faint scratching coming from the direction of the terrace. I moved closer, melting from one patch of darkness to the next. There, on the stone flags, was a small package wrapped in oilskin. She had left it for me. I approached cautiously. The scent was hers alone, layered with the smells of paper, leather, and a faint trace of the ink she used. There was no trap, only the offering. Using my teeth, I carefully pulled back the oilskin. Inside was Jasper S. Ledger, the one she had been reading that first night. A single piece of paper was tucked into the front cover. On it, in a precise, sharp hand, she had written a single sentence. "I know the price he paid. Tell me what he gained." She was not asking for secrets or for power. She was asking for meaning. She had seen the cost in the portrait inside the locket and in the hollowed-out words of the ledger. Now she wanted to know if the bargain was worth it. She was asking the beast, but she was asking the man inside it too. I could have left it. I could have let the rain wash the ink away. But she had not thrown a stone into a still pool. She had stepped into the water herself. I could not let her drown in ignorance. I took the ledger gently in my jaws. It tasted of old leather and dust, and the faint, metallic tang of the gloom. I turned and carried it away from the manor, toward the high caves in the sleeper S teeth. I would not write her an answer, but I would show her one. I would add a new chapter to the ledger, not with ink, but with the evidence she sought. The story was not finished. It was simply waiting for its next witness. The cave was deep within the rock, a place where the gloom pooled thick and silent. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of stone and old, dry earth. Light from the rising sun did not penetrate here. My own eyes provided a faint, amber glow as I laid the ledger carefully on a flat stone that served as a crude table. Around me, scattered across the floor and tucked into crevices, were the artifacts of a long vigil. A tarnished silver cup, a rusted locket empty, the skull of a fox picked clean. These were the remnants of Dominic.'s life, the things he had kept close before the change was complete. I did not open the book immediately. Instead, I sat on my haunches. The great weight of my body settled against the cave floor, and I remembered. The memory was not a clear picture, but a collection of sensations. The feverish heat in the blood, the feeling of the world sharpening, every scent a story, every sound a warning. The terrifying, exhilarating moment when the man's thoughts began to recede, not vanishing, but being woven into the deeper, older tapestry of the beast's consciousness. It was not a loss, but an expansion. A terrible, lonely expansion. This was what she wanted to know. What Jasper had gained. I opened the ledger with a careful claw. The pages were brittle. I turned past Jasper's frantic, fading script, past the empty pages that represented the final silence of the man, until I found a clean sheet at the very back. I had no pen. I had no ink, but I had the truth of the gloom. I lowered my head and breathed onto the page. My breath was warm and moist, carrying the essence of the peat, the stone, the deep roots of the moor. Then I pressed the pad of my forepaw against a sharp edge of rock until a bead of dark blood welled up. It was not a wound of pain, but of purpose. Using a single claw-tipped finger, I dipped it into the blood and began to mark the page. I did not write words. Words were a cage. I drew instead. A single, stark image emerged from the blood-brown pigment. It was the manor, but not as it was. It was the manor as the gloom saw it, not a structure of stone and mortar, but a nexus of lines of force, a knot of history and longing, pulsing with a faint, captured light. And from it, a single, bright thread stretched out, winding across the moor, connecting it to the weeping stone, to the sleeper's teeth, to every living thing in the valley. It was a map of connection, of a consciousness that was no longer confined to a single skull, but was part of the land itself. This was the gain. It was the price of solitude paid for a profound, unbreakable kinship. It was the trade of a single human lifetime for the slow, deep time of the earth. I let the blood dry. Then I closed the ledger. The message was delivered. It was not an explanation she could read, but a truth she would have to feel. I carried the book back to the edge of the garden as the next dusk fell. I placed it on the same stone where she had left her package, the oilskin wrapped around it once more to protect it from the elements. I did not wait to see her find it. I retreated to the high ridge, the wind pulling at my fur. I knew she would come, and I knew that when she saw the blood-marked page, she would understand the final choice. She could close the book and leave the gloom behind, preserving her singular self. Or she could follow the thread I had drawn and risk everything to become a part of the story forever. The test was over. The invitation was given. The guardian had shown the seeker the heart of the maze. Now she had to decide whether to enter. The next 2 days were a study in stillness. The manor was quiet, the moor was quiet, and I was a statue on the ridge, watching. She did not appear in the garden or on the terrace. The ledger remained on the stone, untouched. I began to wonder if I had shown her too much, if the vision of that vast, interconnected life had been a terror rather than a revelation. Perhaps the human desire for a separate self was too strong. But on the third morning, just as the sun began to bleach the night from the sky, she emerged. She walked directly to the stone, not with haste, but with a resolve that was palpable even from a distance. She did not unwrap the oilskin. She simply picked up the ledger and held it against her chest with both arms, as if it were a child. Then she turned and looked directly toward my ridge. She could not possibly see me, but she knew. She stood there for a full minute, her face pale and serious in the dawn light. And then she gave a single, slow nod. It was not a nod of thanks or of understanding. It was an acknowledgement, acceptance. She went back inside. An hour later she returned, but she was not alone. 2 men from the village followed her, carrying boxes and crates out to a waiting cart. I watched, a cold knot tightening in my chest. She was leaving. She had seen the heart of the maze and chosen to retreat. The disappointment was a physical ache, a bitterness on the wind. The Blackwood line would end not with a transformation, but with a surrender. The cart was loaded and the men departed. She stood by the gate, watching them go. Then she did something that stopped the breath in my lungs. She closed the manor iron gate and with a key from her pocket, locked it. She did not get into the cart. She turned her back on the road and began to walk, not toward the village, but away from it, toward the deepest part of the gloom. She carried only a small knapsack and the ledger, wrapped in its oilskin. She was not leaving. She was coming home. I found her at the stone circle as the sun reached its zenith. She had built a small, careful fire in the center of the ring. She looked up as I approached, my shadow falling over her. There was no fear in her eyes now, only a profound exhaustion and a flicker of the same grim satisfaction I had seen on the terrace. Without a word, she opened the ledger to the page I had marked. She held it up for me to see. Then she placed it on the flames. The dry pages caught quickly, the fire consuming Jasper S. words, my blood-drawn map, the entire history of the bargain. The smoke that rose was not gray, but a deep, bruised purple, and it carried the scent of old secrets being released. This was her answer. She would not follow Jasper S. path or Dominic S. She would not use the old rituals. She was making her own. When the ledger was ash, she stood and faced me. She unwound the bandage from her hand one last time. The cut was a dark, healed line. She did not look at the weeping stone or the manor. She looked only at me. I am here, her silence said. The conversation is over. Let the binding begin." The wind shifted, carrying the scent of ash and her unspoken challenge. The purple smoke dissipated into the heavy air, and the silence that followed was absolute. It was the silence of a door closing and another opening onto an unknown landscape. She had burned the map. Now we would have to find the way together. I did not move toward her. Instead, I turned and began to walk slowly away from the stone circle, deeper into the moors. I did not look back. I did not need to. I could feel her following, her footsteps a soft, steady rhythm against the damp earth. She was not chasing me. She was accompanying me. We walked until the light began to fail, the gloom thickening with the approach of night. I led her to a place I had never shown another living soul, a low cave hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a black rock face. The water was cold and clear, a rarity in the peat-stained land. Inside, the cave was dry, the air smelling of wet stone and something else, something clean and ancient. I stopped at the entrance and looked at her. She stood for a moment, her clothes damp from the mist of the waterfall, and then she ducked inside. She did not hesitate. She sat on a smooth, flat rock, placing her knapsack beside her, and looked at me, waiting. There were no more tests, no more symbols. The ritual was in the presence itself. I settled across from her, the great bulk of my body taking up most of the space. The cave was filled with the sound of our breathing and the constant rush of water. As the true dark fell, the change began. It was not a violent transformation, not a tearing of flesh and bone. It was an unraveling. The beast, a form held together by will and the power of the gloom, began to soften at the edges. The dense fur receded like mist burning off a lake. The great claws withdrew. The massive shape slumped and reshaped itself into the weary, weathered form of the man, Dominic. I was naked and shivering in the cold air of the cave. The human senses were a dull knife after the razor of the beast. The world felt muffled, distant. I looked at my hands, pale and human in the gloom. She did not flinch or look away. She simply watched, her expression unreadable. Then she stood, opened her knapsack, and took out a thick wool blanket. She walked over to me and draped it around my shoulders. Her fingers, as she adjusted the blanket, brushed against the skin of my neck. The touch was electric, a jolt of pure, simple humanity after so long alone. I found my voice, a rough, unused sound. "You understand the solitude now." She shook her head, her eyes holding mine. "No, I understand that it ends tonight." She sat back down, and we did not speak again. We waited for the dawn. Outside, the waterfall sang its endless song. Inside the cave, for the first time in a century, the gloom did not feel like a prison. It felt like a shelter. The guardian had been relieved of his watch. The seeker had found what she was looking for. And the long, slow conversation of the land had a new voice. The first light of dawn filtered through the waterfall, casting shifting, liquid patterns on the cave wall. I watched them dance, feeling the slow, deep ache of my human form. The blanket was rough against my skin, a tangible reminder of her presence. She was asleep, curled on the stone floor, her head resting on her knapsack. In sleep, the fierce determination had left her face, replaced by a vulnerability that made my chest tighten. I had not slept. I had spent the hours watching her, listening to the rhythm of her breathing, and feeling the gloom settle around us in a new configuration. It was no longer a force that pressed in on me. It was a medium through which I could feel her life, a small, warm ember in the vast, cool darkness. The bond was not yet a true binding, not like the one that had fused Dominic with the beast. This was something subtler, a thread of mutual recognition. She stirred as the sun grew stronger, her eyes opening slowly. For a moment, there was confusion, then a swift, sharp clarity as she saw me. She sat up, pushing her hair from her face. "You are still here," she said. Her voice was husky with sleep. Where else would I be? My own voice was still a stranger to me, the words feeling clumsy in my mouth. She didn't answer, but her gaze was answer enough. She looked around the cave, truly seeing it for the first time in the daylight. Her eyes fell on the remnants of a long-dead fire, a stack of wooden bowls I had carved decades ago, the smooth stones arranged in a circle around the sitting area. This was not a beast's den. It was a hermit's cell. "This is where you live," she said. It wasn't a question. "When I am this," I replied, gesturing to my human form. "The beast needs the open moor. The man needs walls, even thin ones." She nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. The balance. It's not about one winning over the other. It's about finding the space for both. The simplicity of her statement struck me with the force of a revelation. For a century, I had seen it as a struggle, a curse. She saw it as a coexistence. She stood and walked to the cave entrance, pushing aside the curtain of water to look out at the morning. The light silhouetted her, and for a fleeting second, she seemed not just a part of the landscape, but the very heart of it. "The house is empty," she said, not turning around. "The past is ash. What do we do now?" The word we hung in the air, fragile and immense. I rose, pulling the blanket tighter, and joined her at the entrance. The moor stretched out before us, green and gold, and gray in the early light, humming with a life that was now ours to share. "We learn," I said. "The land has a memory. It has needs. I have been its warden, but a warden is a solitary thing. Perhaps it is time for it to have a steward." She finally turned to look at me, a faint smile touching her lips. "A steward. I like that." She stepped out through the waterfall and stood on the ledge beyond, her face turned to the sun. "Then we should begin. Show me." The path I showed her that day was not the one etched in blood in the ledger. It was the living map of the gloom, written in the language of root and stream. We started at the weeping stone, where I taught her to listen not for a voice, but for the slow, patient thought of the earth, a feeling like the deep pulse of a sleeping giant. She placed her palm against the damp moss, and her eyes widened. She felt it. We moved on to the stands of twisted blackthorn that marked the boundaries of the old powers. I showed her how the thorns caught the light in a way that warned of a coming storm hours before the clouds gathered. She learned to taste the wind, to distinguish the metallic tang of distant rain from the sweet rot of a bog in decay. She asked few questions. She absorbed. By unspoken agreement, we returned to the cave at dusk. I felt the change stirring in my blood as the light faded, the familiar pull of the beast. She sensed it too, a new wariness entering her posture. "Will it be different now?" she asked, her voice low. "I do not know," I answered truthfully. The beast had always known only solitude and a singular purpose. Now there was another. The transformation came more quickly this time, a surge of power that left me on all fours, the world exploding into a symphony of scent and sound. I shook my great head, the blanket I had worn falling away. The beast turned its amber gaze on her. She stood her ground. Though her heart hammered a frantic rhythm, I could hear clearly. She did not look at the monster. She looked into its eyes. Slowly, she reached into her knapsack and pulled out a piece of dried meat from her provisions. She held it out on her open palm, an offering not of fear, but of truce. The beast sniffed the air, its instincts warring with a new, unfamiliar curiosity. It was not hunger that made me lower my head and take the morsel gently from her hand. It was acknowledgement. That night, we walked the moor together under the cold light of the stars, the woman and the beast. She did not try to speak, and I had no human words to give. But the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the shared experience of the path we had walked that day, the shared understanding of the land we were both now bound to, the guardian and the steward. The story was no longer about a curse or a bargain. It was about a home and the strange, slow work of building a life within it. The gloom, for the first time in 100 years, did not feel lonely. Story 3. The first chill came not as a sensation, but as an absence. I was sitting in the sterile, humming fluorescence of the Precinct S records room. A stack of cold case files fanned out before me like a dead hand. The air was the usual stale brew of burnt coffee and industrial cleaner, a thick, warm inertia that clung to the back of the throat. Then, in the space of a single breath, a pocket of winter opened up just behind my right shoulder. It was a perfect circle of cold, about the size of a fist, hanging in the air. It had no source, no draft from a vent, no open window. It was simply a place where the warmth had decided to stop being. I turned, half expecting to see some trick of the air conditioning, but there was only the beige wall, the empty chair. The cold lingered for a count of 10. A ghostly tonsil lodged in the room's throat, and then it was gone, leaving only the memory of its impossibility. I shivered, a full-body tremor that felt less like a reaction to temperature and more like a primitive warning. A twitch on a thread I hadn't known was tied to me. I wrote it off as fatigue. I was always tired, Ambition is a kind of chronic fatigue. My name is Lydia. I was a trainee, which in the parlance of the state meant I was a ghost in the machine, a set of eyes and ears that the real detectives, the men with worn leather jackets and tired souls, could delegate their most tedious work to. My mentor was Dennis, a man who had seen so much of the world's darkness that it had settled into the lines around his eyes like grime in old tile. He was a good man, which is to say he was a compromised one, and he treated me with a gruff, paternal caution that I both resented and craved. The case that would become my undoing was handed to me not with ceremony, but with a sigh. Dennis dropped a thin file on my desk. It was labeled DOUGLAS, unsub. The photograph paperclipped to the front was a crime scene photo, all muted colors and a terrible, sprawling stillness. A woman, her life reduced to an arrangement of limbs on a floorboard stage. Another one, Dennis said, his voice a low gravel slide. Same signature. The press is calling him the stillness killer. He leaves them posed, like they lay waiting for something. No struggle, no defensive wounds. It's like they just lay down for him. I opened the file. The details were sparse, clinical, and yet they screamed of a profound wrongness. The victims were found in their homes, always at night, always alone. There were no signs of forced entry. The only thing taken was a single, small, personal item, a hairpin, a cufflink, a specific book from a shelf, and the temperature in the room, the reports noted with puzzled asterisks, was always significantly colder than the rest of the house. A deep, penetrating chill that seemed to emanate from the body itself. "We've got nothing," Dennis admitted, a rare crack in his professional armor. No prints, no fibers, no DNA that docentee belonged to the victim. He's a ghost. He walks through walls. He looked at me, his gaze heavy. "I want you to go through the viper's nest. See if anything clicks." The viper's nest was what we called the archive of incarcerated predators. The files of men and women who had committed atrocities so specific, so stylized, that their methods became a kind of grisly fingerprint. It was a gallery of monsters, and I was to be the art student, looking for a match to a new, terrible masterpiece. For days, I drowned in it. I read about arsonists who loved the flame like a lover, and knife wielders who composed symphonies of cuts. But nothing matched the quiet, invasive horror of the stillness killer. His work was not about rage or passion. It was about consumption. A silent, cold consumption of a life. It was during this descent that I first saw his name, Mario Bell. His crimes, a series of disappearances a decade ago, had never been fully solved. 5 people vanished from their lives without a trace. No bodies were ever found. Mario had been convicted on circumstantial evidence, so overwhelming it formed a cage around him. But he never confessed. He never spoke of them at all, except to offer a single, chilling statement at his sentencing. "They are resting in a very quiet place. What connected him to my case were the details. the little things the original investigators had noted but could never use. The homes of the missing had all been found in a state of perfect order, yet permeated by an unshakable, localized coldness. A cold spot in the living room, a freezing patch of air in the hallway, and in each case, a small, personal item was missing. I took my findings to Dennis. He listened, his face a mask, until I mentioned Mario's name. Then a shadow passed over him, a cloud crossing the sun. "Belle," he said, the word tasting foul. "No, absolutely not, Lydia. But the similarities are coincidences. Mario Bell is a black hole. You get close to him, he'll suck you in. He doesn't just kill people, Lydia. He unmakes them. Talking to him is a dangerous game, and you ray not a player. You ray the piece on the board. But I was young, and the cold spot in the records room was a secret key turning in a lock inside me. I saw a path, a way to prove myself, to step out of the role of trainee and into the light. I pushed, I argued, I wore him down. Finally, with the grim resignation of a man watching a child walk towards a cliff, he relented. "One interview," he said. "I'll be on the other side of the glass. You get 1 hour. You ask your questions. You do not answer his. You do not tell him anything about yourself. You are a voice and a badge. Nothing more." The state penitentiary was a monument of poured concrete and despair. The air inside was a different element, thick with the smell of disinfectant, stale sweat, and a low, humming dread. The interview room was a gray cube. Mario Bell was already there, cuffed to a bolted-down table. He was not what I expected. I had prepared for a monster, a hulking brute with dead eyes. Mario Bell was slight, almost delicate. His hair was silvered and fine. His hands, resting on the table, were long-fingered and elegant. His eyes were the color of a winter sky, pale and vast and endlessly calm. He looked like a retired professor, a man who had spent his life among books, not bodies. "Officer Lydia," he said. His voice was soft, a low murmur that seemed to bypass the ears and vibrate directly in the skull. He hadn't been told my name. It's trainee. I corrected him, my own voice sounding brittle and childish. A faint smile touched his lips. "A student. How wonderful. I so enjoy a curious mind." He leaned forward slightly, the chains on his wrists clinking softly. "You feel it, don't you? The chill." My blood went cold. I had said nothing. Dennis had said nothing. He saw the recognition in my eyes. It's how he finds his way in. He doesn't pick locks. He follows the cold. He finds the cracks in the world, the places where the insulation between things has worn thin. He's looking for a quiet place to rest. But he's always so hungry when he wakes up. "Who is he?" I asked, my script forgotten, my professional detachment crumbling. "A cousin of mine, in a way," Mario said, his gaze drifting to the two-way mirror, as if he could see Dennis standing there. "We share a sensibility, an appreciation for silence. But where I am a curator, Douglas is merely a consumer, He has no finesse. He is getting sloppy, leaving bodies so messy. He spoke of Douglas not as a man, but as a force of nature, a predator with a methodology I could barely comprehend. He described the cold spots as doors, temporary thin places that Douglas could sense and manipulate. The stolen objects, he explained, were anchors, things he used to focus his intent, to hold the door open just a little longer. He is drawn to loneliness, Mario whispered, his voice becoming intimate, confidential. Do people who live quiet still lives? They have less friction. They are easier to slip past. He watches them. He learns their routines. And when he finds a crack near them, a place where the world is tired and thin, he waits. He lets the cold bleed through. And then he steps out of it. It sounded like madness, a supernatural fairy tale, but it explained the inexplicable crime scenes, the lack of entry, the profound cold. I felt the world I understood, the world of evidence and procedure, begin to tilt on its axis. How do we find him? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Mario Bell leaned back, his pale eyes holding mine. You don't find him, he will find you. He has already tasted your curiosity. He likes that. It has a certain warmth. He paused, letting the terror of that statement sink in. But I can help you anticipate him. I can feel where the cracks are forming. It is a family talent. In exchange, I want something. I can get you anything. Not from the outside, he said. From the inside. I want a book. A specific edition of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. The one with the blue cover. Bring it to me next time you visit. It was a small, bizarre request. A book. Dennis would never allow it. But as I left the prison, the image of Mario Bell's calm, knowing face was seared into my mind. And that night, in my small apartment, I felt it again. A sudden, localized cold, this time in the corner of my bedroom, near the window. It lasted only a moment, but it was long enough. I slept with the lights on. The investigation became a secret dance between Mario and me. I lied to Dennis. I told him Mario was resistant, giving up nothing of value. But I visited him again, smuggling in the blue-covered book. He took it with the reverence of a priest accepting a sacrament. Our conversations were a battle of wits, a slow, hypnotic seduction into his worldview. He began to teach me how to feel for the cracks. It is not about seeing, he would murmur, his voice a hypnotist's tool. It is about listening with your skin. It is a pressure change, a hollowness in the air, a silence within the silence, and I started to feel them. A patch of profound cold in the lobby of a movie theater, a breathless stillness in the aisle of a grocery store. ID report the locations to Dennis, vague tips from an anonymous source, and days later, we would find that a woman who lived near that theater, or who shopped at that grocery store, had been reported missing. We were always a step behind. Douglas was using the cracks, moving through the city like a rat in the walls. The horror was no longer an abstract concept in a case file. It was a physical sensation, a constant, low-grade fever of dread. The boundaries of my reality began to blur. I'd wake from dreams of vast, cold spaces, of doors opening into nothingness, and I wouldn't be sure if the chill in the room was from the dream or from something else. Mario's voice was always in my head, a quiet commentary on my life. You are becoming a sensitive, Lydia. You are learning to hear the world's quietest music. I was losing myself. Dennis saw it. He confronted me, his face etched with worry and anger. You playing with fire, Lydia. He inside your head. I am pulling you from the case. But it was too late. The final act was already in motion. Mario told me about a crack that was forming, a big one, he said. A place where the fabric was worn to a thread. He described a neighborhood, a street, a house with a sycamore tree in the front yard. He described the woman who lived there, a librarian named Anna, who lived a life of such quiet routine it was almost a prayer. He will come for her tonight, Mario said. This is your chance. But you mustn't go in with guns and sirens. The noise will scare him away. You have to go alone. You have to be quiet. It was a trap. I knew it was a trap. But the chance to stop Douglas, to prove Mario wrong, to reclaim my own sanity, was too powerful. I didn't tell Dennis. I went alone. Anna's house was a small, neat bungalow. The sycamore tree was a skeleton against the twilight sky. I approached quietly, my service weapon heavy in my hand. The front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The cold hit me like a physical blow. It was the cold of deep space, of a grave opened in winter. The house was dark, silent. I moved through the living room, my breath pluming in the air. I could feel a pressure, a wrongness, centered from the back bedroom. I pushed the door open. Anna was on the bed. She was not dead. She was lying on her back, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. She was perfectly still, but her chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths. She was frozen in place, not by fear, but by something else, a paralysis that was both physical and spiritual. The room was the epicenter of the cold, and standing by the window, his back to me, was a man. He was tall and indistinct, as if seen through a misted window. The air around him wavered, like heat haze off asphalt, but it bled cold. He turned. I have no memory of his face. My mind refused to record it. It was a shifting, blurry mess, a face made of shadows and forgotten things. But I felt his attention focus on me. It was a weight, a pressure that pushed the air from my lungs. He didn't move toward me. He simply stepped sideways. It was a movement that defied physics. He didn't walk, he slid, like an image jumping to the next frame in a film, and he was suddenly closer. The cold intensified. I could feel my thoughts slowing, freezing solid. This was what Mario had described. This was the thing from the quiet place. Douglas was not a man. He was a phenomenon. I raised my gun, my fingers numb. I fired. The report was monstrously loud in the silent house. The bullet passed through where he had been and buried itself in the wall. He was already elsewhere, flickering, a glitch in reality. He was beside the bed now, one hand resting on Anna S.'s forehead. A sigh escaped him, a sound of immense satisfaction, and as it did, Anna S.'s breathing stopped. Her stillness became absolute, final. The last of her warmth flowed out of her and was gone. He turned his non-face toward me again. I felt a pull, a terrible attraction, as if I were standing on the edge of a whirlpool. He was a void, and he wanted to be filled. I was going to be his next quiet place. Then a different voice cut through the cold. "Lydia, down." Dennis. He was in the doorway, his weapon raised. He fired again and again, the bullets ripping through the impossible figure. They did no harm, but the noise, the violence, the sheer hot energy of it seemed to disrupt him. The wavering image of Douglas flickered, distorted, like a television signal losing reception. With a sound like a sheet of ice cracking, he was gone. The crushing cold vanished with him, leaving only the normal chill of a late autumn night. We found Anna cold and still, another victim of the stillness killer. The official report said I had acted on a faulty tip, a tragic error. I was suspended. My career was over. I went to see Mario Bell one last time. I had to know. He was waiting for me, the Blue Meditations book open on the table before him. He looked pleased. "You saw him," he said. "It wasn't a question." "You used me," I said, my voice hollow. "You never wanted to stop him. You wanted me to see him." "Why?" "Because Douglas is a crude instrument," Mario said, his wintry eyes gentle. "But you, Lydia, you are a precision tool. You learned to feel the cracks. You walked into his parlor, and you survived." Dennis, with all his noise and fire, he merely startled him away. "But you fascinated him. He tasted your will, your curiosity. He remember you." "What are you?" I whispered. "We are the quiet ones," he said. "The ones who listen to the spaces between the sounds. Douglas is a hunter. I am a scholar." And you, he smiled a terrible, intimate smile. "You are an invitation, a door that has been left slightly ajar. You felt the chill before you ever knew my name, didn't you? That was never Douglas. That was you, your own sensitivity waking up. I just helped you open your eyes. I left the prison for the last time. The world outside was too bright, too loud, too real. But it felt thin, like a painted backdrop. I went back to my apartment. It was empty. It had always been empty. But now, the emptiness had a different quality. It felt expectant. I sit here now, in the silence. I feel the cracks everywhere, in the shadow under my kitchen table, in the corner of the hallway. I don't sleep anymore. I listen. I wait. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I feel that familiar, localized chill begin to form. And sometimes, I think I hear a whisper, a voice that is both mine and not mine, coming not from the room, but from the cold spot itself. On the table beside me, where the blue book of meditations once lay, there is now only a single, small object, a hairpin. It is not mine. I found it on my pillow this morning. It is cold to the touch, and it seems to drink the light from the room. I cannot bring myself to touch it again. I just sit here in the growing quiet and look at it. It is the only thing left. The silence in the apartment is no longer an absence of sound. It has become a substance, thick and heavy, and I am suspended in it. The hairpin gleams with a dull, metallic sheen, a tiny artifact from a world that is closing in around me. It is a message, and I understand its language perfectly. It says, I was here. I am always here. My suspension from the force is a formality, a bureaucratic echo from a life that feels like it belonged to someone else. Dennis calls sometimes. His voice on the answering machine is a crackle of static from a distant shore, full of a concern I can no longer access. Lydia, please, just pick up, talk to me. But what would I say? That the monster wasn't in the house with Anna. That the monster is a key that fits a lock inside me. He would think I had finally broken, and he would be right, but not in the way he imagines. This isn't a break. It's an opening. I spend my days tracing the edges of the cold spots. They are more defined now. I can feel their boundaries as clearly as if they were outlined in chalk on the floor. The one in the hallway is the size of a doorway. The one under the kitchen table is a perfect circle, like a well. I don't avoid them. I sit at their precipice and let the cold wash over me. It doesn't feel hostile anymore. It feels like coming home. Mario S. words are my new scripture. You are a door that has been left slightly ajar. I practice listening to the silence within the silence. At first, there is nothing. Then there is a faint hum, a vibration so low it is felt more than heard. It is the sound of emptiness, a note played on a string stretched between worlds. Last night, as I sat by the hallway crack, I heard something else. A rustle, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It was a shapeless sound, but within it, I sensed a question. The hairpin is the answer. It is an anchor, just as Mario said. It is a point of focus. I know what I am supposed to do. The thought does not frighten me. The fear has been frozen out of me, replaced by a vast and chilling curiosity. I get up from my chair. The movement feels slow, as if I am pushing through water. I walk toward the hallway, toward the concentrated cold that hangs in the air. I stop at its edge. The temperature drop is instantaneous, raising goosebumps on my arms. I look back at the hairpin on the table, a final gleaming point of reference in the world of solid things. Then I close my eyes and step into the cold. It is not a step onto a floor. It is a step into a current, a river of ice that flows through the bedrock of reality. There is no light, but there is a perception of infinite, dark space. The hum is louder here, a deafening silence that presses against my eardrums. I feel a presence nearby, a consciousness vast and ancient and hungry. It is Douglas, or the idea of Douglas. He is not a man to be reasoned with. He is a force of entropy, a consumer of warmth and life. But he is not alone. I feel another presence, familiar and calculating. Mario. He is here, too, not in body, but in intent, a surgeon guiding a scalpel. He has guided me to this moment. He has delivered me as an offering, or perhaps as a student. A voice forms in the cold, not in my ears, but in the core of my being. It is a composite of whispers, of sighs, of the last breaths of all the quiet ones. "You are ready," it says. It is Mario's voice and Douglas's voice, and it is also my own. The cold begins to seep into me, not as an invader, but as a part of me that has always been missing. My memories, my fears, my warmth, they are leaching away into the stillness, and what is left behind is clean and sharp and clear. I am not being unmade. I am being refined. I open my eyes. I am still in the hallway, but the world is different. The walls are translucent, veiled in a shifting gray mist. Through them, I can see countless other rooms, other hallways, other lives flickering like candle flames. I can see the cracks connecting them all, a web of silence spanning the city. I can see Anna's house, a dark, cold knot in the web. I can see the prison, and a pale, calm light that is Mario, watching, waiting. I understand now. The stillness killer was never a case to be solved. It was a recruitment, an inheritance. I turn from the hallway and walk back into my living room. The hairpin is still on the table. I pick it up. It is no longer cold. It is the same temperature as my skin. I hold it in my palm, and I focus on the quiet place within me. The air in front of me shimmers. A new crack forms, a tiny, precise incision in the world. On the other side, I can see a man sitting alone in his apartment, reading a book. His life is quiet. His stillness is a song. I close my hand around the hairpin. The crack seals shut. Not yet. There is still so much to learn. But soon. I sit back down in my chair, the silence settling around me like a mantle. I am no longer waiting. I am listening. And I am hungry. The man in the apartment fades from my sight, but the echo of his solitude remains, a faint aftertaste in the silence. It is a simple thing to find them now. The lonely ones broadcast their quiet like a beacon, a signal only I can hear. Mario was right. I was not a victim. I was a candidate. Days lose their meaning. The sun rises and sets beyond my windows, but the light feels superficial, unable to penetrate the deeper chill that has taken root inside me. I practice. The hairpin is my training wheel. With it, I can make a crack appear anywhere I focus. A sliver of nothingness on my kitchen wall. A pocket of absolute zero in the center of my room. I learn to hold them open, to peer through without stepping all the way in. The other side is not a single place. It is a corridor, a between space that connects all the quiet places. Douglas's highway. I feel him in there sometimes, a swift, cold current moving through the stillness. He knows I am here. There is no hostility, only a kind of acknowledgement, like two predators noting each other's territory. He continues his work. The missing persons reports still trickle in, and I read them not with horror, but with a clinical interest. He is efficient. He leaves less of a mess now. Dennis comes to my door. I see his distorted shape through the peephole, a bubble of warmth and worry in the cold hall. He knocks for a long time. "Lydia, I know you're in there. Please." His voice is a muffled intrusion. I stand perfectly still on my side of the door, not breathing, until he finally leaves. The sound of his footsteps fading away is a relief. He belongs to the loud world, the world of solid things and simple truths. That world is a story I no longer believe. The final piece of my education comes not from practice, but from a memory. I am thinking of Mario, of the serene certainty in his pale eyes. He called himself a scholar, a curator, and I realize what he curates. He doesn't just read about silence, he collects it. Douglas consumes it, devours it whole. But Mario appreciates it. He finds the most perfect, refined specimens, and he preserves them. Anna was not a victim of Douglas. She was a piece offered to him by Mario, a transaction between connoisseurs. I understand my role now. I am the new curator. Mario is passing the torch. The thought brings me no pride, only a profound sense of order. Tonight, I decide to take a walk. I leave the apartment for the first time in weeks. The night air is cool, but it feels warm against my skin, which now carries the permanent chill of the between space. I walk without a destination, simply feeling the city around me. I can feel the cracks everywhere. They pulse with a faint, cold light that only I can see. A thin place near a bus stop where a woman sits alone, staring at her phone. A weak spot in the alley behind a bar, where a man leans against a wall, utterly defeated. I stop in a small, deserted park. The silence here is almost perfect, broken only by the distant hum of traffic. I sit on a bench and look at the empty swing set. I don't need the hairpin anymore. I close my eyes and find the quiet place within me. I push. The air in front of the swings ripples. A crack opens, not a small incision, but a gateway. The cold that pours out is exhilarating. Through it, I can see the infinite gray corridor, the silent highway. I sense a presence approaching. It is Douglas. He flows toward the opening, a shadow drawn to a new source of silence. He is coming for the park, for the perfect stillness I have unveiled for him. But as he nears, I do something different. I don't just hold the door open, I shape it. I focus my will, my newfound sensibility, and I narrow the crack. I don't block him, but I guide him. I turn his attention away from the park, away from the potential quiet lives sleeping in the apartments nearby. Instead, I gently steer his hunger toward the one place I can feel that is even quieter, even more still. A place I know well. The prison. I feel a shift in the cold current. Douglas changes direction, flowing with irresistible momentum toward that other source of curated silence. Toward Mario. I let the crack close. The park returns to normal. The swing set hangs motionless. I sit on the bench for a long time, perfectly calm. I have not stopped a monster. I have introduced two forces to each other, scholar and consumer. Let them appreciate each other's work. I walk home. My apartment feels different. It is no longer a hiding place. It is a gallery. The silence within it is my first collection piece, my masterpiece. I sit in my chair, the same chair where this all began. I listen to the beautiful, profound quiet. It is mine, and I know that soon I will need to find more. The hunger is a quiet ache, a constant, gentle pull. It is time to start curating. The ache is not unpleasant. It is a compass needle swinging true. I know where to go first. The memory of the man in the apartment, the one reading his book, returns to me. His quiet was not the desperate silence of loneliness I felt in the alley behind the bar. His was a cultivated stillness, a chosen solitude. It had a specific flavor, like a rare vintage. Mario would have appreciated it. I don't need to leave my chair. I close my eyes and let my awareness drift, sliding along the web of cracks that is now as visible to my inner eye as the streets on a map. I find his thread easily, a thin, silver strand of silence amidst the city's noise. His apartment is dark now. He is sleeping. His dreams are quiet, orderly things. Perfect. I stand and walk to my bare kitchen. I do not need a tool, but the ritual feels right. I take a simple, plain button from a jar by the sink. It is cold and smooth. I hold it in my palm and focus on the man's sleeping form. The air in the center of my kitchen wavers. A vertical line appears, then widens into a doorway of shimmering gray. The cold from the between space fills the room, a familiar embrace. I step through. The transition is seamless. One moment I am in my kitchen, the next I am standing at the foot of his bed. The room is exactly as I saw it through the crack, neat, spare, filled with books. He sleeps peacefully, unaware. I am not here to take him, not like Douglas would. That is a crude harvest, a consumption that leaves nothing behind. I am here to appreciate, to preserve. I reach out, not with my hand, but with the part of me that is now made of quiet. I touch the stillness that surrounds him, the beautiful, intricate silence he has built for himself over a lifetime. I do not break it. I take an impression of it, a perfect, frozen snapshot of its essence. It flows into me, a complex melody of peace and solitude, adding its unique timbre to the growing silence within my own core. The man stirs slightly in his sleep, a faint frown creasing his forehead. He feels a draft, perhaps, a momentary chill, but his stillness remains, slightly diminished, like a photograph from which a single copy has been made. He will wake tomorrow, and his life will go on, a little less vivid, a little more gray. He will never know what was taken, only that something feels faintly missing. I step back into the between space and return to my kitchen. The crack seals itself behind me. I place the button on the counter. It is now frosted over, beaded with moisture from the other side. My first acquisition. The hunger is sated for now. But it is a deeper, more patient hunger than Douglas S. It does not scream. It waits, and it knows this is only the beginning. The city is full of beautiful silences, each one unique. Some are ripe, like fallen fruit. Others need to be encouraged, nurtured into perfection. That will be my true work. I look around my apartment. The silence here is no longer just mine. It is a collection. It is alive, and in its depths, I feel a new presence, faint but distinct. It is not Douglas. It is Mario. He is gone from the prison, but a trace of him remains in the quiet, a signature. I feel his approval, a final lesson passed from master to apprentice. The curation is complete. I sit in my chair once more. The night is deep. Outside, the loud world carries on. But in here, there is only the exquisite, expanding quiet. I listen to it grow. The phone rings. It is Dennis again. The sound is a jagged tear in the fabric of my apartment. I watch the machine, a black plastic box that seems absurdly primitive now. His voice is strained, almost frantic. "Lydia, it's Mario. He's gone. They found his cell empty this morning. No signs of a break-in. It's impossible. Please, if you know anything." The message ends with a click. The silence rushes back in, richer than before. I look at the button on the counter, then at the space where the crack had been. I had not consumed Mario. I had simply relocated him, given him to the silence he loved. It was a fitting tribute. A few days later, a plain envelope arrives in the mail. There is no return address. Inside is a single key and a slip of paper with an address written in a precise, elegant hand I recognize. It is not a home address. It is for a storage facility on the edge of the city. I go that night. The unit is at the very end of a long, concrete corridor, a place of echoes and forgotten things. The key turns smoothly in the lock. The metal door rolls up with a rumble that feels blasphemous. Inside, there are no boxes. The unit is a gallery. Along the walls are simple wooden stands, and on each stand rests a single, mundane object. A child's wooden top, a tarnished silver locket, a man's wedding band, a fountain pen. There are dozens of them. Each one is perfectly still, and each one radiates a profound, unique silence. I can feel their stories, their final, frozen moments. These are Mario's specimens, his life's work. I walk slowly down the aisle, my fingers hovering just above the objects. I do not need to touch them to feel the quality of the quiet they hold. Some are sad. Some are peaceful. One, a small porcelain doll, holds a silence so sharp, and terrified it feels like a shard of glass. This is his collection, and now it is mine. I understand the final part of my inheritance. It is not just the ability, but the responsibility. The curation continues. I roll the door shut and lock it. The key feels heavy in my pocket. Back in my apartment, the silence welcomes me. It is deeper now, layered with the echoes from the storage unit. I sit in my chair and look out the window at the city lights. They seem like distant stars, each one a life, a story, a potential quiet. The hunger is there, a gentle, guiding pressure. It is not a monster's hunger. It is a curator's eye, always looking, always appreciating. I close my eyes and listen. The city is a symphony of noise, but beneath it, I can hear the delicate, individual notes of silence. They call to me. One in particular, from a library a few blocks away, has a pure, scholarly tone that reminds me of Mario. It is time to begin my own collection. The library is a cathedral of quiet, but the silence I seek is not in the main reading room with its hushed whispers and the soft scrape of chairs. It is deeper in the archives downstairs, where a single lamp casts a pool of light onto a large wooden table. An old man is there, bent over a fragile map, his hands steady as he traces a coastline that no longer exists. His silence is not empty. It is full of centuries, of dust and forgotten journeys. It is a patient silence, and it is perfect. I do not need to go inside. I stand in the shadow of a bookshelf, just beyond the circle of light. I hold my breath and find the quiet place within me. It is easier now, like flexing a muscle. The air between me and the old man shimmers. A crack opens, no wider than a thread. I do not step through. I simply extend my will, a delicate touch, like reaching for a soap bubble without popping it. I do not take his life. I take the silence that has grown around him like a second skin, the deep, scholarly quiet he has cultivated over 60 years of study. I feel it flow into me, a rich, textured tapestry of contemplation. It is more complex than the first man's solitude. It has weight and history. The old man shivers. He looks up from his map, his eyes vague and confused for a moment. He glances around the empty archive, then back at the parchment. He tries to resume his work, but his focus is broken. A slight tremor enters his hand. The deep well of his concentration has been siphoned, just a little. He will finish his work, but the joy in it will be dimmer. The connection to the past he loves will feel fainter, like a voice heard from a great distance. I let the crack close. The transfer is complete. I turn and walk up the stairs, back into the louder world. The new silence sits inside me, a heavy, valuable coin. I feel richer. Dennis is waiting for me outside my apartment building. He leans against his car, his face etched with a worry that has hardened into resignation. He looks older. "Lydia," he says. His voice is flat, he knows. I stop a few feet from him. The street noises are a dull roar, but they cannot touch the quiet I carry. "I'm not going to ask where you've been," he says. "I'm not going to ask about Mario. I just need to know one thing." He looks directly at me, and his eyes are the only loud thing about him. "Are you him now? Are you the stillness killer?" I consider the question. It is the wrong question, based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the world. Douglas was a killer. Mario was a collector. I am something else, an evolution. "No," I say, and my voice is calm, almost gentle. "I'm not." He searches my face, looking for a lie, for a flicker of the woman he knew. He finds only a placid, chilling certainty. The warmth he remembers is gone, frozen out. "Then what are you?" he whispers, the fight finally leaving him. I think of the storage unit, of the stands waiting for new acquisitions. I think of the hunger, not as a compulsion, but as a purpose. "I'm a librarian," I say. I walk past him and into the building. He does not try to follow. The lobby is quiet. I press the button for the elevator and wait. When the doors open, I see my reflection in the metal. My eyes are clear. My expression is serene. The silence within me is growing, becoming a universe of captured calm. The elevator rises, a box moving through a shaft of noise, carrying me and my precious collection upward into the perfect, waiting quiet of my home. The elevator doors open onto the silence of my floor. It is a different quality of quiet from the lobby, thicker, more personal. It parts for me as I walk to my door and closes behind me as I enter the apartment. The air is still and cool. It feels correct. I go to the kitchen and take a small, smooth stone from the windowsill. I hold it in my palm, focusing on the new silence I collected from the archivist. The memory of it is vivid, the scent of old paper and the feel of patient time. I open a tiny crack in the air above the kitchen table, just a pinprick, and let the essence of that scholarly quiet bleed into the stone. The stone darkens, its surface becoming as cool and smooth as polished slate. I place it next to the frosted button. Two specimens, the beginning of a new catalog. Days fold into one another. My life acquires a new rhythm, dictated by the subtle pulls of the hunger. I become more discerning. The desperate, noisy silences of the lonely and the broken no longer interest me. They are flawed, impure. I seek out the refined ones. The cellist who plays alone in a soundproofed room, her silence between notes more beautiful than the music itself. The night watchman in a museum, whose rounds are a meditation on the stillness of captured history. Each acquisition is a ritual. I find them, I appreciate their unique quality, and I take a perfect copy. I leave them a little dimmer, a little more hollow, but alive. They are my living exhibits. I visit the storage unit once a week. I place each new token on its own stand. The stone from the archivist, a single blade of grass from the cellist S windowsill, a discarded button from the watchman S uniform. The gallery grows. Walking among the stands is like walking through a forest of frozen moments. The silence is immense, a pressure on the eardrums. It is my masterpiece. I see Dennis once more from a distance. He is sitting in a diner, stirring a cup of coffee, staring at nothing. His own silence is ragged and full of pain. It is the noise of a struggling heart. I feel a faint, distant pang, a ghost of an emotion from a life I no longer live. I do not take from him. His silence has no value. It is not curated. It is merely broken. One evening, as I am arranging a new acquisition, a single white feather from a woman who found peace in watching birds, I feel a shift in the atmosphere of the storage unit. The collected quiet, usually a harmonious hum of different tones, suddenly stills. It is a listening silence. Then from the far corner, a crack opens. It is not one of mine. It is rougher, a tear rather than an incision. The cold that spills out is familiar, hungry, Douglas. He does not fully emerge. A shadow coalesces in the doorway of nothingness, a man-shaped absence more felt than seen. He is drawn here to the greatest concentration of silence he has ever encountered. I feel his yearning, a vast, simple need to consume it all. I do not move. I am not afraid. This is my gallery. I feel his attention sweep over the stands, over the decades of collected quiet. It lingers on the terrified silence of the porcelain doll. Then It moves to me. There is no malice, only a profound, basic hunger. He could take it all. He could take me, but he does not. A different pressure fills the room. It is subtle, precise, a force of will that does not push but arranges. It is the same presence I felt after Mario was gone. It is him, or what remains of him, woven into the fabric of the silence itself. Mario's final curation. The shadow of Douglas hesitates. The raw hunger is gently redirected, not by force, but by a greater understanding. It is shown something, a vision of a silence more vast, more absolute than this collection. The silence of empty space, of dead stars and frozen worlds. An infinite larder. The crack in the corner widens for a moment, and then the shadow is gone, flowing away toward that greater promise. The crack seals shut, leaving only the pristine quiet of the gallery. I look at the space where he was. Mario has guided him away, preserving my work, as a master ensures the survival of his pupil's first exhibition. It was a test, and I passed. I am the curator now, the only one. I lock the storage unit and walk back into the city. The night is clear. The noises of the world are a distant ocean. I can feel the cracks everywhere, a web of possibilities. The hunger is a quiet, constant companion. It is not a burden. It is a purpose. I am not waiting. I am not listening. I am selecting. And the city is full of beautiful, quiet things. The next selection comes to me not as a pull, but as a whisper. It is a silence so delicate, it is almost not there at all. A quiet woven from acceptance. I find its source in a hospice on the other side of the city. The room is warm, lit by a single lamp. An old woman lies in the bed, her breathing shallow but even. She is not asleep. She is awake and perfectly still, her gaze fixed on the window and the dark sky beyond. Her family has gone home for the night. The frantic, loving noise they brought with them has dissipated, leaving behind the pure silence of a life nearing its completion. It is not a sad quiet. It is a full one, a final, peaceful exhalation. I do not open a crack. I simply stand in the doorway of her room unseen. I extend my awareness and touch the edges of her stillness. It is ready. It wants to be preserved. I do not take it from her. I accept it as it is given, a gentle transfer. The silence flows into me, a soft, warm light joining the others in my collection. A moment later, her breathing stops. The silence in the room deepens, but it is now an ordinary silence, an absence. The curated part is with me. I turn and walk away. In my pocket, my fingers find a smooth, worn pebble I picked up from the path outside. It is now warm to the touch. I will place it in the storage unit tomorrow. The city has become a map of potential acquisitions. I can feel them glowing in the night, each a unique specimen of tranquility. A baker alone before dawn, kneading dough in a rhythm that creates a quiet of its own. A programmer so absorbed in a line of code that the world falls away. These are the silences I seek. I am refining my taste. I realize I am not just a librarian. I am an archivist of the human soul, preserving the moments where it is most itself, most at peace. The noise is the chaos. The silence is the truth. I return to my apartment. It is more than a home now. It is the heart of my collection, the place where the silences are most alive. I sit in my chair and close my eyes. Inside me, the archivist studies his map. The cellist plays the silence between notes. The old woman gazes peacefully at the night sky. They are all here, their finest moments preserved forever. The hunger is quiet, satisfied for now. It is a patient hunger. It knows there is always more beauty to collect. The world is so very loud, and I have only just begun to quiet it down. The pebble from the hospice is the first item I place in the storage unit the next morning. It seems to radiate a gentle warmth that contrasts with the cool, collected air. As I position it on a stand, I notice a new presence has been added to the gallery. On a previously empty stand near the back rests a single, dry maple leaf, its veins intricate and stark against the pale wood. It holds a crisp, autumnal silence, the quiet of a forest floor at the end of a season. I did not put it there. I feel a flicker of that familiar, precise will. Mario. His work continues, even now. It is a message. The collection is not solely mine. It is a legacy that transcends the curator. This realization does not disturb me. It completes the picture. I am not an endpoint, but a link in a chain. The thought brings a deeper calm. Weeks turn into a month. My existence is a cycle of seeking and preserving. I learn to sense the ripeness of a silence, the exact moment it reaches its peak perfection. I become more efficient, more elegant in my acquisitions. The cracks I open are now seamless, leaving no chill, no draft. The subjects feel nothing, but a slight, lingering ennui they will attribute to a long day or a passing mood. One Tuesday afternoon, I am in a park, watching a young woman sketch the same tree day after day. Her silence is one of intense focus, a bubble of concentration that the shouts of children and the drone of traffic cannot pop. It is almost ready. As I watch, a different sensation prickles at the edge of my awareness. It is a silence, but it is directed. It is observing me. I turn my head slowly. On a bench across the path sits a man. He is perhaps 60, with a neat gray beard and wearing a simple, dark coat. He is not reading a book or looking at a phone. His hands are folded in his lap. His silence is not one I would collect. It is not peaceful or profound. It is a tool. It is a cloak. And his eyes, calm and intelligent, are fixed on me. He does not look away. He gives a small, almost imperceptible nod. Then he stands and walks away, his footsteps making no sound on the gravel path. He leaves behind not a void, but a signature of silence, a calling card. It is an invitation. I feel no alarm, only a cold curiosity. He is like me, or like Mario, another curator. That night, in my apartment, I consider the implications. I am not alone. The world is not just full of beautiful silences to be collected. It is also home to others who collect. The storage unit is not just a gallery. It is a record of my activity. It could be found. The next day, I go to the unit. I do not open the main door. I stand before it and place my hand on the cold metal. I focus all the quiet I have gathered, all the layered stillness of my collection. I push it into the door, into the lock, into the very air around the unit. I weave a new silence, a protective one, a silence of forgetting and overlooking. It is the silence of a lost thought, of a corner no one ever looks at. When I finish, the unit feels smaller, less significant. It blends perfectly into the background hum of the facility. It is hidden in plain sight. The hunger stirs, but it is not for a new acquisition. It is for understanding. The man in the park has shown me that my work exists in a larger context. There are rules, perhaps. There is a community. The thought is unsettling and intriguing in equal measure. My solitude, which I had thought was absolute, may be just another kind of silence, one I have cultivated for myself. I look out my window. The city S-lights seem to hold new patterns, new secrets. The symphony of noise is the same, but the quiet notes beneath it are more complex than I knew. Some of them are listening. The curation continues, but the nature of the collection has changed. It is no longer just about preserving beauty. It is about understanding the silence between the silences. And that, I realize, is the most valuable acquisition of all. The man from the park does not reappear for 3 days. I continue my work, but my awareness is split. Part of me is seeking the next perfect silence, a gardener tending to a familiar plot. The other part is listening for a different frequency, the subtle hum of a presence like my own. I find a perfect specimen in a clockmaker S shop, a silence of tiny, precise movements and infinite patience. I take it and house it in a discarded gear. The acquisition is flawless, but it feels like a routine entry in a ledger. The mystery of the other curator has elevated my purpose. On the 4th evening, I am walking home along my usual route when the city S noise simply parts. It doesn't fade, it steps aside. A pocket of absolute quiet envelops me, moving with my footsteps. It is a constructed silence, an announcement. I stop under a street lamp. He is there, leaning against a brick wall in an alleyway, just beyond the circle of light. "Lydia," he says. His voice is quiet, but it carries perfectly in the void he has created around us. It is a voice used to being heard without effort. I do not answer. I simply wait, feeling the texture of his crafted quiet. It is sophisticated, layered with what feels like decades of practice. "My name is Alistair," he says. He pushes off the wall and takes a single step forward. His hands remain visible, empty. A gesture of peace, or perhaps just superior control. I knew Mario, and I knew the man who came before him. This is not a social call. It is a confirmation of history. He guided you well. Alistair continues, his eyes scanning me with a dispassionate appreciation. Your work is refined, especially for one so new. The protection you wove around your repository is admirable. So he had found the storage unit, or at least tried to. My defensive silence had worked, but it had also signaled my capabilities. Every action is a transaction. Why are you here? I ask. My own voice sounds small in the profound quiet, but it is steady. To welcome you, he says, though the word holds no warmth. And to warn you, we are few. Our purpose is preservation. But not all of us agree on what deserves to be preserved. There are those who would see your collection as a threat, or as a prize. Douglas, I say. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, quickly smoothed away. So you have encountered the hungry man. He is the least of our concerns. He is a force of nature, predictable. There are others who are deliberate. They do not collect silence for its beauty. They collect power. They believe the quiet should be hoarded, used to shape the noisy world to their will. The idea is repulsive. It is the opposite of curation. It is pollution. I am not interested in power, I state. That is why I am speaking to you, Alistair replies. Your instinct is pure, but purity can be a vulnerability. You must be careful. Your activities have been noted. He turns his head slightly, as if listening to something I cannot hear. The constructed silence around us wavers for a fraction of a second. I must go. Remember this, Lydia. You are part of a tradition older than you know. We are the quiet world, and the quiet world has its politics. He takes a step back into the deeper shadows of the alley. The air shimmers, not with a crack, but with a gentle folding. He is simply gone. The bubble of silence pops, and the city S noise crashes back in around me. A wave of sound that feels crude and violent. I stand on the sidewalk for a long time, the echo of his words louder than any siren. My collection is not just a private museum. It is a statement, a vote in a silent, unseen war. The hunger inside me shifts again. It is no longer just a desire to acquire. It is a need to understand this new, hidden landscape. I have been arranging exhibits, unaware that I was also building a fortress. Alistair has not given me answers. He has given me a new set of questions. And for a curator of silence, a question is the most compelling artifact of all. The walk home was different. Every alley mouth seemed darker. Every quiet window a potential observation post. The city was no longer just a source of specimens. It was a board on which a game I never knew existed was being played. The term, quiet world, echoed in my mind. It felt apt. We were a world within the world, defined by what was absent rather than what was present. Back in my apartment, the familiar stillness felt newly charged. I looked at the small tokens on the windowsill, the frosted button, the smooth stone. They were not just beautiful silences anymore. They were declarations of my method, my philosophy. Alistair had called my work refined. He had also called it a vulnerability. I went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. The taps sound unusually jarring. I had to quiet it, not with a crack, but with a thought, a gentle pressure that settled the vibrations in the air. The action was instinctive, but now I considered its mechanics. This was a skill. It could be honed. It could be weaponized if what Alistair said was true. For the next few days, I did not collect. I observed. I walked the streets not as a hunter, but as a scout. I tuned my senses away from the ripe, beautiful silences and towards the gaps, the unnatural voids, the crafted quiet like the one Alistair had used. I felt nothing. Either they were exceptionally good at hiding, or they were not present in my territory. The word territory felt strange, but correct. The storage unit was my gallery, but the city around it was my hunting ground. A week after the encounter, I felt a pull. It was faint, but unmistakable. A silence of a different order. It was not the peaceful quiet of a focused mind or a contented soul. It was a void, a deliberate erasure. It felt like Alistair's constructed silence, but colder, more arrogant. It was coming from the financial district, from a sleek, black glass skyscraper that housed venture capital firms and hedge funds. Curiosity, a dangerous cousin to hunger, pulled me inside. The lobby was a cathedral of noise heels on marble, the hum of digital displays, 100 hushed, important conversations. But cutting through, it was that thread of absolute quiet, a needle of silence sewing its way downward in an elevator. I followed its descent, not with my body, but with my awareness. It settled deep in the building's sublevels. A parking garage. I took the stairs, moving without sound. The garage was vast, dimly lit, and mostly empty. In the farthest corner, under a flickering fluorescent light, stood 2 figures. One was a man in an impeccably tailored suit, his back to me. The silence radiated from him, a sphere that swallowed the distant sounds of traffic and machinery. The other figure was a woman, cowering slightly against a concrete pillar. Her own silence was one of sheer terror, a frantic, trapped animal panic that was being suffocated by the man's oppressive quiet. I could not hear their words, but I could feel the transaction. He was not collecting her silence. He was suppressing it. He was imposing his own. This was what Alistair had warned me about. This was the other kind of curator. The man in the suit made a small, sharp gesture with his hand. The woman flinched, and a shred of her terror was peeled away from her, vanishing into the man's palm. He wasn't preserving it. He was consuming it, erasing it. He took a step closer, and I knew I was witnessing a violation. I did not think, I acted. I focused on the flickering light above them. I pushed a sliver of silence into it, not a collected one, but a raw, hungry silence, the kind I had felt from Douglas. The light bulb exploded in a shower of glass, and a sudden, shocking pop of sound. The man in the suit spun around. His constructed silence shattered for an instant, and in that instant our eyes met. His were not calm like Alistair's. They were cold and acquisitive. He saw me not as a person, but as an object of interest. A rival collection. The woman used the distraction to run, her footsteps echoing wildly through the garage. The man did not pursue her. He took a step toward me, and the silence descended again, thicker and heavier than before. It was a physical weight pushing the air from my lungs. So, he said, his voice a whisper that felt like ice in my ears. The new one, Mario's little protege, he smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. I was wondering when we'd meet. He took another step, and the pressure increased. It was not a silence of peace, but of dominance. It was meant to crush. I had never used my ability this way, as a shield or a weapon. My instinct was to retreat, to fold myself into the background like I had with the storage unit. But I knew it would not work. He had seen me. He had named me. I did the opposite. I stood my ground and I opened myself. Not a crack, but a wide channel. I let the silences within me breathe. The cellist S focused calm, the old woman S peaceful acceptance, the clockmaker S patient rhythm. I did not push them at him. I simply let them exist, a tapestry of quiet truths against his void of control. His oppressive silence wavered. It was not a rupture, but a hesitation. My collection was not a weapon, but it was a defense. It was a reminder of what silence could be, a contrast to his hollow imitation. His cold eyes narrowed, calculating. He was used to preying on fear, and I was not afraid. I was resolved. You have an interesting portfolio, he said, the pressure easing slightly, becoming more inquisitive than aggressive. Sentimental. A bit naive, but there is quality there. I am not interested in your appraisal, I said. My voice was clear within the space we shared. Everyone is interested in appraisal, he replied smoothly. It defines value. Your collection has value, as does your potential. This he gestured around us, at the lingering echo of his aggression, is crude. There are more elegant ways to collaborate. I do not collaborate. A solitary pursuit is a limited one, he said. We could trade, refine each other's tastes. There are silences I have access to that you cannot imagine. The quiet of a boardroom after a hostile takeover. The hush of a nation before a war. These are powerful things. They are corruptions, I said. You don't preserve silence. You strangle sound. He smiled again, that thin, unpleasant curve of the lips. A matter of perspective. You see yourself as an archivist. I see myself as an economist. I deal in the currency of quiet, and the market is volatile. He looked me up and down, a final, assessing glance. Think on it. The offer will not stand forever, and the quiet world is not a kind place to those who stand alone. With a final, dismissive flick of his will, the constructed silence collapsed. The ordinary sounds of the garage rushed back the drip of water, the hum of a ventilation fan. He turned and walked away, his footsteps unnaturally quiet on the concrete, until he disappeared around a corner. I leaned against the cold wall, my heart beating a rapid rhythm that felt foreign in my chest. The encounter had left a residue, a greasy film on my awareness. I had learned two things. My way was not the only way, and it was seen as a challenge. I walked home slowly, the city feeling newly dangerous. The hunger was gone, replaced by a cold certainty. I would not join him. I would not trade. My collection was a testament to something he could not understand. Alistair was right. Purity was a vulnerability. It was not enough to simply collect beauty. I had to learn to protect it. The archive needed a curator, but it also needed a guardian. The next phase of my education had begun. I needed to learn the rules of this silent war I never asked to join. The next morning, I did not go seeking silences. I went to the public library, a temple of a different kind of quiet. The hush here was general, a rule enforced by whispers and stern glances. It was not the specific, potent silence I collected, but it was a good place to think, to research. I found a secluded carrel in the history section and opened my notebook. I wrote down the names I knew: Mario, Alistair, Douglas, the man in the garage, whose name I did not know. I drew lines between them, a crude map of the quiet world. Mario had been a guide, a traditionalist. Alistair, a wary observer, perhaps a guardian of some older code. Douglas was a primal force, a consumer. The man in the suit was something else entirely, a capitalist of quiet. I needed to understand the history. Were we born this way or made? Was it a lineage, passed down like Mario passed it to me? Alistair had mentioned the man who came before him, suggesting a chain. But the man in the suit felt different, his power more arrogant, less reverent. My research into city records, into obscure historical societies, yielded nothing about curators of silence. The truth was not written in books. It was passed in whispers, in the spaces between words. I needed a different source. I thought of the storage facility. It was more than my gallery. It was my connection to Mario. He had chosen that place for a reason. Perhaps he had left more than just the key and the basic knowledge. That afternoon, I returned to the unit. I stood before the door and dissolved the protective silence I had woven. The unit seemed to snap back into focus, its significance returning to the forefront of awareness. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air was thick with preserved moments. I walked past the shelves, not to admire the collection, but to search. I ran my fingers along the metal shelves, feeling for an anomaly. I focused on the silence of the space itself, listening for a note that didn't belong. Behind a box containing the deep, resonant quiet of a cathedral, I found it. A section of the cinder block wall felt different. The silence there was not layered or collected. It was hollow. I pressed against it, and a single block shifted inward with a soft click. It was a small compartment, hidden with a subtlety that surpassed my own efforts. Inside was a single, small journal, bound in faded brown leather. Mario's journal. I sat on the floor of the unit. The door closed, surrounded by the essence of 100 stolen quietudes, and I began to read. The handwriting was precise. The ink faded in places. Entry October 12th. Met with Alistair today. He is concerned about the new faction, the ones who call themselves the Syndicate. They see silence as a leverage, a tool for influence. They are not wrong about its power, but they are wrong in its application. To use silence to control noise is to become a part of the noise. We are meant to be a part. We are the keepers of the negative space that gives the positive its meaning. I turned the pages, my heart pounding. Here was the history I sought. Entry, November 3rd. The hungry man passed through the city today. I felt his wake. He is a storm, consuming everything in his path. There is no reasoning with him. He is a reminder of what we could become if we lose our purpose. He is not evil, he is empty. Page after page detailed Mario's philosophy, his observations, his fears. He wrote of his own teacher, a woman named Alara. He wrote of the delicate balance they maintained. Then, near the end, an entry that made my blood run cold. Entry, January 17th. They approached me today. A man named Soren, impeccably dressed. He offered me a place in their syndicate. He said my collection would be an asset. I refused. He did not threaten me. He simply smiled and said, "All assets have a value. Some are just acquired more easily than others." The silence he left behind was predatory. I must be careful. I have a feeling my time as a free curator is coming to an end. The final entry was dated a week before he approached me in the cafe. Entry, February 2nd. It is time. I can feel them closing in. Soren is not a man who accepts refusal. I will not let my life's work become a trophy in their vault. I will find a successor. Someone who sees the beauty, not the power. I will pass the key and the hunger. It is a risk, but it is the only way to preserve the truth of our purpose. I pray I choose wisely. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. Mario had not just given me a gift. He had given me a legacy and a target. Soren. That was the name of the man in the garage. Mario had died to keep his collection from him. And now, Soren knew about me. The hunger stirred again, but it was different. It was not a desire to acquire, or even just to understand. It was a need to protect, to continue what Mario had started. The journal was not just a history, it was a weapon. It was a map of the quiet world, and it contained the principles I needed to survive in it. Soren believed my collection was an asset to be acquired, but he was wrong. It was a testament, and I was its keeper. The game was indeed afoot, and I finally knew the name of my